Yeah, I found a list of anti-war or excuse me, pro-Vietnam insurgents, science fiction writers in the 70s, and I am not surprised to see Niven on the wrong side of that list.
And hello, welcome, hello, parser people.
What's up, Parser people?
If you ever wonder what the pre-stream chatter is, it's talking shit about authors.
Look,
But
I'm just
no,
saying the undersigned oppose the participation of the U.S. states in the war at Vietnam includes Ray Bradbury. We got PKD on here. We got Octavia Butler. And the left side of the column, we have Marion Zimmer Bradley and Larry Niven.
well, he there were no aliens to fuck.
All right, Parser people. So what are we doing today?
Yeah, so welcome to Text Adventure Tuesday. It's Tuesday. We have text adventures for you. We are on chapter 2 of Choice of Magics. What did we accomplish last game, JRAM? Do you remember?
We uncovered quite a bit of lore about this pretty well built up world, I would say. We saved our buddy from a dungeon. We turned a guy into a tortoise and then did not turn him back. The choice did not say we weren't going to turn him back. I thought we were going to turn him back. Don't love that chaotic evil element. Most importantly, we found the greatest friend that a girl could ask for, and his name is Dad.
You forgot one very important thing.
Tell me.
We made a herd of great hogs fly away from their
Uh,
shepherd.
Again, in retrospect, not off to a strong start in our wizarding career.
Okay, so I've been kind of liking our maybe chaotic neutral's not the right phrase about what I like about it, but overly exuberant, enjoying magic for the sake of magic.
Shit's not bad yet. We're having fun with it.
Okay. Oh wait, and we created Fleones.
Yeah, I'm sure that's not gonna come back to bite us.
We created two, count them two, lions with wings and scales, and just put them out into a forest to go make more lions with wings and scales. With our magic. So yeah, so what I have up is the achievements. So we gained a golem servant. His name's Dad, like you said.
Love you, Dad.
Uh, he is our second best friend. We went around the back. We went to two whole rooms and got some cool stuff. We turned somebody into a tortoise. We used divination to save an individual from the death cloud. We, in fact, saved 3 people from the death cloud. We 100%ed that. Very proud of it, honestly. One of which was pretending to be an angel. Also, not like the most moral use of this.
Well, magic is complex.
Yeah, yeah. We made pigs fly. We contributed musically to the town celebration. And we taught Seer Marie real magic. So we ended up, we are Qux Tam's daughter. We're a bookish, spectacled woman with brightly colored feathers in her hair, wearing a shimmering cloak and some sparkling garb picked up in an ancient academy.
It's giving classic glam. It's giving extra. It is giving carnival time. I love it.
We have been working on our magic quite a bit, actually. We are quite good at Vivamancy, which takes its power, and correct me if I'm wrong on any of this, takes its power from the life force of living things. We are pretty good at divination, which gives us information at the cost of providing information about ourselves to the person that we are finding out information about, if that makes sense.
Yeah, every school of magic has its drawback. Glamour makes us more appealing, more attractive, but also rots our insides. Not good. Negation is your classic blast of energy force, but leaves behind deadly clouds. Automation is just what it sounds like. I forget the drawback to that one. Do you recall?
That one strengthens the evil storm. So negation is like localized, and it creates just like a puff of nastiness. Where automation, there is a giant magical storm, and automation makes that worse.
High concept world.
So we're pretty charismatic. We're pretty subtle. We're really bad at fighting. And we're okay at ancient history. So when they say ancient, they actually mean ancient. The first place that we were in was a 3,000-year-old magic school that we were exploring. And magic has been outlawed by the church. And we are quite magical. We have also disappointed our parents, but hey, so say we all.
Tag yourself.
We are pretty funny. We are pretty empathetic. We're evenly split between optimism and caution. We have no romances yet. And we have met Tall, who is our best friend. She's a shapeshifter? Right? Or is
Not
just
quite
your
the-
father a shapeshifter?
I believe that she is as well. The way that shapeshifters work in this world is not exactly like Animorph style. It's more able to manipulate different parts of your body, but it's still magic and thus evil in the eyes of the oppressive church, who want to stomp out all kinds of wizardry that's not their saints, who wander
also
around
do
villages.
magic.
No, it's not magic. It's church glory, power, and stuff like that. Definitely not magic.
We just met... Oh, sorry.
No, after you.
We just met Mayor Koss, who we have asked onto the dance floor. And we are okay with the church.
So far.
The kingdom has a little bit more appreciation for us than not. And we have a bunch of stuff. We have a sword. We have a glamorous shirt. We have a ring of camouflage. We have an alchemy set that we have used. We have a torque of life and death. We have a crystal ball. We have Dad. We have a dragon egg. And we have a manual on how to control Dad.
And in defense of the Dad is in our inventory, he is a proper NPC and should not be treated as a mere object.
Yeah, could he at least be put in the pets section? We do have one student who is Seer Marie. And we have no pets. Nobody's died. And we caught you up on everything that really matters. But there is a plot point summary in the stats, which I really appreciate coming back to the game after a week.
One of the things that impresses me so much about this game, as I have talked about before, is the depth and intentionality and thoughtfulness of the different paths. Yes, there are branches and certain common events that most storylines will come back to, but in terms of the different stories you can get, the different narratives you can get, the different characters you can build, down to, again, how inventory items affect your choices, all the way to macro choices like stats. This is pretty much the best in the choice of canon, as far as I'm concerned.
Rad. Yeah, I didn't even think about that when we were playing, like how much it might affect even like having a dragon's egg would open up, something like that.
Well, with that being said, shall we go chat out the mayor?
Yeah, let's hit next. Oh, we forgot one big plot point. We did agree to hunt a dodecapede with our buddy Tall.
So
So
we figured
that
it up. Was that for money or for friendship?
we did that for friendship.
Uh, well, Tall was the best.
Yeah, I mean that's really the thing. It's our best friend.
Hmm.
And like I think that's wild in comparison to like almost all the parser based games that we've played. Um that like we're making decisions based on who we want to be our friends. Like it gave us the option to pursue Tall as a romantic interest, and we could have done that, but we didn't because friends are good. Plus there are three more NPCs that we can romance at least.
Mhm.
So after that, we saw Mayor Koss, and across the square, you can see Mayor Koss shaking hands with various townsfolk. His bright orange tunic makes it easy to find him in a crowd. Koss's spectacles give him a scholarly air, but he has a ready, friendly smile. His belt is overburdened with various pouches and tools hanging from it, including a book pouch, a sheath for a pen, lockpicks, and a bag of dice. How do you know Koss, besides as mayor? Did we once work together replanting after a death cloud came through? Do we sometimes fly kites together on the commons? Or were we in a band together before he was mayor?
I mean, come on.
Is there an obvious choice?
We were in a band, dude.
All right.
Look, if we're gonna be after whimsy and extra as the defining feature of our wizard this go round, a Qux, come on. We're an electric wizard.
Koss has been mayor for 8 years. Before that, he was kind of a dilettante like yourself, doing odd jobs for everyone in town. He had a lot more spare time then, and he had a band. What instrument did we play in Koss's band? Cowbell, flute, drums, or trumpet?
Hmm.
I'm going to say trumpet.
Oh God. Okay. I have bad memories.
Yeah, well, that's why I went away from flute. So,
Mm.
you've always had a bold style, and your instrument reflected that. By doing that, we increased our optimism.
Interesting.
The band practiced and performed in the bar that has now been converted to Koss's office. As band leader, Koss was always trying out new music, handing out new sheets every rehearsal. So, this piece is interesting because it was last performed 200 years ago by a trio of chanting saints. But I've adapted it for our instruments. Let's see how it goes.
I'll give Koss a dumb voice. Koss is bang.
Is he?
I mean, he was definitely the romance option that I chose, I think, all two or three times that I played this game.
Some experiments succeeded and many failed, but Koss never lost his optimism and upbeat attitude. Okay, let's try tuning again, and this time let's really listen for that wavering sound that tells us we're not quite in tune.
Closer.
You think Koss knew being a musician wasn't really your heart's calling, and on occasion, He tried to get closer to you and understand you better, but you were afraid to say what you really wanted. It was silly. It was impossible. It was forbidden. But you were still a teenager. You think Koss knew that there was something you held back, but he respected your boundaries. You remained just two musicians in a silly band that is now just a memory. He spots you and makes his way through the crowd to you. Qux, I was just looking for you. First, I wanted to thank you for your donation to rebuild the copper tree. You say it was nothing. The second, I've been thinking about your request for a professional name, and I've assembled a list of tasks the town would like done, any one of which could lead to a professional calling endorsed by the town. Just stop by my office in the next couple of days. I'll have the details there. Is there something you'd like from the mayor this evening? He's cute. I'd like to ask him to dance. He hears everything. I want a sense of how much people know about me. And I'll ask about the board game he designed. He seems busy. I don't think he needs to dance right now.
Indeed.
If we really want to get to his heart, we ask about the board game he designed.
I mean, that's my inclination, but given that I am the one that's sort of familiar with this route, at least, I will leave this one up to you.
So, my thinking is this. We just did a lot of very obvious things. I am genuinely concerned.
Yeah, we should probably figure out, like, how close we are to getting thrown to the Inquisition chambers.
So he hears everything. I want a sense of how much people know about me.
The board game scene, for the record, is extremely cute.
I'll have to play it again. Mayor Kaz, have you heard any odd rumors about me lately? You ask. Not rumors so much as corroborated reports, Mayor Kaz says dryly. Is there something you'd like to tell me? Mayor Kaz must have caught your nervous glance at the rest of the crowd because he says, You don't have to come clean here. When you're ready, though, you should know I'm a very practical man, and I always fight for my townsfolk. He gives you a stern look, even if the mess is one they've brought on themselves. With that, he lets some other townsfolk pull him away, though he casts one more significant glance in your direction. You'll have to talk to him more later. The party begins to wind down, and where there was once a great crowd, now small groups chat with one another. Ladles come up empty from the wine jugs, and the butcher in his pit is packing up his knives, getting ready for another early day tomorrow. It occurs to you that you could still perform one more tiny miracle for the townsfolk before you turn in for the night yourself. Are you tempted? Do we enchant the wine jugs? Do we enchant the fiddler? Or do we just go to bed?
On one hand, we've been doing a lot of attention-grabbing stuff. On the other, as far as a character choice to kind of serve as a through line for our playthrough, Party Wizard is a pretty good one.
Yeah, so Party Wizard.
Party Wizard.
Fiddler.
I was gonna say wine jugs, but either or. Yeah, let's go to the boogie. That
Enchant the
boogie.
fiddler so they don't tire tonight. You subtly draw living power from the tireless insects and worms beneath your feet, pulling it into your hand where it throbs warmly. When the fiddler finishes the song and the audience claps, you approach the young musician, who looks about 20. I just wanted to thank you for your amazing performance tonight, you say, offering your hand to shake. You're very welcome, they say with a toothy smile, and they take your hand. Dormire non licet, you murmur, quickly pushing the power through your joined hands. Gain some more vivamancy. Come again? they say, blinking rapidly as you drop your hand. I said I can't not listen, you said. Anyway, keep up the good work. The fiddler shrugs and picks up their fiddle again. The tune is lively and ambitious. You think the spell worked. Couples begin to trickle back onto the dance floor. Just as you're about to leave, an attractive young man asks you if you'd like to dance. Are you interested? I'll humor this person, but then I really ought to go to bed. I shouldn't. I bid this person a good night. I wouldn't mind sharing a bed tonight. Dance and see if things go further.
Hmm.
I kind of like playing Qux as pretty shy. Like, humor the person, but then, demure at the end.
I'm into it. Ain't no dancing ain't a crime. Yet.
Plus, like, if something does break bad, I really don't want to be away from Dad.
Isn't Dad back at our house?
Exactly. That's what I mean. Like, unless Dad's just, like, hanging out, I would love that he's just, like, a pile of something somewhere.
Done mood.
Yeah, I'll humor this person, but then I really ought to go to bed. You wow the assembled townsfolk with your excellent dancing. You can tell your suitor is dazzled as well. Gained
this really is fantasy.
But he is disappointed when you tell him it's time for you to go home. Your suitor surprises you by kissing your hand, but lets you leave in peace. You return home exhausted, thinking perhaps you gave a bit too much energy to that fiddler. You fall asleep with your clothes on. You awaken the next morning a bit groggy, having stayed up rather later than you intended. Bon marne, Dominex. Your golem intones from the corner.
Hi, Dad.
Hi, Dad, you say. You head to Tall's place to embark on the hunt you agreed to. You and Tall travel north to the Crown Mountains, where snow from the past winter is still gradually melting into the river Nemnos. It is 3 days' ride to the feet of the mountains, where your quarry was last seen munching farmers' crops. You travel without animals, since they couldn't follow you into the mountains. You hunt a dodecapede, a shaggy, white-haired, 12-legged mammal bred by the ancients as a beast of burden for the mines. Tull says it looks rather like a giant, elongated Pekingese dog. The dodecapede's tracks are no great feat to spot. Each depression is nearly 2 feet wide, leading very evenly up the hill through the new fallen snow. Tull assures you that it's not as big as it appears. The beast knows to step in its own tracks and widens them that way. You've never been much help to Tull on her hunts before, and you've never been a great fighter compared to her, so you're eager to prove your worth this time. What's the plan? Follow the tracks, blast the beast, bring back the head. Create a new crop for the beast to eat with vivimancy, and convince the clients the problem is solved. Find a new food source for the dodecapede with divination, and convince the clients the problem is solved. Revive the old mine machinery with automation to drive the beast out of its lair and possibly recover some gold. Or defeat the beast in melee with our blades.
Well, we have arms like noodles, so probably not melee combat.
Yeah.
What's our automation looking like?
Automation is our second worst.
Probably not great. Vivimancy seems to be our strong suit, but I am concerned. No GMO crops in our version of this world, right? The whole thing, Vivimancy's drawback is that it has unpredictable results, and I don't know this route, but I feel like Kevin Gold is probably smart enough to write in this new kind of crop is now an invasive magical kudzu.
Yeah.
Which actually, now that I say that, sounds kind of fun.
I mean, Hmm.
I
Hmm.
imagine option one is probably negation, right?
Yeah, option one
My
is
hunch
definitely
is,
negation.
um, huh. No glamour option, huh? It could be like where when Bugs Bunny dresses up like a sexy lady decapede.
I mean, I would do that, but no, that's not an option. I mean, so the question is this. We're supposed to hunt this. Like, how dangerous would it be? I think automation.
Yeah, that's my inclination as well. And if we fail, we'll fail entertainingly.
So we're going to revive the old mine machinery with automation to drive the beast out of its lair and possibly recover some good.
That actually also works because we do need money.
You think that a working mine of the ancients would be impossible for the creature to live in, so you decide to revive the old machinery. When you get to the old mine entrance, you touch one of the iron rails leading inside and raise your other hand to the sky. Willing yourself to be a conduit between sky and metal, you intone, Fodina aureus, reviviscat. Lightning strikes your raised hand and flows down the tracks into the mine. You can feel it dissipating into the huge underground structure, but at this point your skill with automation is great enough that you can increase the power you channel in response, until you begin to feel the distant thrum of machinery through the iron tracks. Loud clanks begin to sound from within the mine. You can hear the stomping footfalls of the dodecapede headed for the mine entrance, and you and Tall take over to watch the beast emerge. It looks positively annoyed. But it doesn't see you and Tall, and it stomps off to look for a less noisy place to live. You seem to be the proud owner of an operational gold mine. Exploring it, you discover 400 golds worth of nuggets that you split with Tall, and you can see that more automated golem claws are chiseling away at the veins through the mine. Gain 200 gold. The mine looks as though its deposits are nearly used up, but if you're patient, there still should be plenty of gold left for one person. Before you leave, you also cobble together some automatic doors for the entrance to keep out looters, now that the dodecapede is no longer there to scare them away. You think such occasional projects for the mine's upkeep will end up being quite instructive. We gained automation. You resolve to check back on the mine later and collect whatever additional gold has been procured. You meet up with Tall's clients, all grizzled farmers, at a tavern back in town. Unfortunately, they seem completely unwilling to pay Tall because she's unable to produce the head of the monster for them. But we dealt with your problem, Tall complains. What does it matter whether we have a head? Sorry, we're traditionalists, a grizzled old man with a long beard says, but thanks for trying. Tall shoots you an accusing look. You think she might go on hunts alone in the future. Money aside, this is probably a little bad for her reputation. Decreased Tall relationship. Since you and Tall are both tired from your travels and the hunt, you part ways with few words and go to bed a little early. On leaving your apartment to get milk from the market the next day, you find that someone has painted a red cone with an eye in it on the storm doors leading to your apartment. It's an old symbol for marking the house of a wizard. Think the cone is supposed to be a stereotypical wizard hat. You have Dad rub the graffiti down with alcohol while you proceed with your errands. Increase caution, calculation, and solemnity. Well, that didn't go great.
I feel a little bad for Tal, but she got some money.
Yeah, we'll patch things up with her.
Yeah, it's fine.
Between your excitement about your discoveries from the Sunken Academy, the unexpected arrival of the negative energy cloud, as well as Tall's invitation to the hunt, you have been delaying your decision about your relationship with the town. When you were younger, you imagined becoming an official town wizard. You still have some hope that if the town saw everything you could do for them, people might set aside their superstitions about magic, but perhaps that's naive. What will your relationship to the town be? Ask Mayor Qux if I can be an official town wizard. I'd prefer to be a quiet benefactor of the town, subtly helpful. I owe the town nothing, and I will do what I want.
I mean, Party Wizard would definitely choose option one.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely between 1 and 2.
But discretion is the better part of partying. That may one may live to party another day.
Yeah. What I really like about this, in comparison to the other choice of games, is that every choice is felt like something that really matters. So I really liked, what was it, Choice of Robots?
Mm-hmm.
Where you're like a tech bro, like building robots and like trying to figure that out, right?
For a grad student when it first starts, but
yeah,
yeah.
grad student. Yeah. But you have your like grad student buddy, totally. Okay. That is the one I was thinking of. But like it was very interpersonal what the choices were. And if I remember right, there's like a game loop to it where like you run into the same like yearly issues.
I think those are largely presented as ways to refine. They're excuses to refine your robot. It's been a couple of years, so I couldn't say definitively.
Yeah, I think it might be that. I might be thinking of a different one, to be honest. I'm trying to remember.
But this is more of a the narrative is kind of continually thrusting forward, right?
Yeah. No, quite exactly. You know, it's much more. It feels very like meaningful what the choices are in a way that'll affect the plot. Like,
yeah.
And the reason why I'm stalling so much is that I'm still debating.
I had a look under the hood of this thing. Choice script is really interesting. If you'd never had a look at it,
I haven't.
I think this is a really good example. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I suggested playing this game on the stream because it is fun and good, but it is also a really good example of what choice script can do and what 90% of choice script games don't do with it, which is not a knock on 90% of choice script games. I frankly like most of them, but there's a level of craft to this, just from the differentiation of the choices to having an inventory system, which in a choice-based game can screw up your narrative very quickly, to the way that different scenes are presented, different variables appearing or not appearing depending on what you've done in the past, things that come back around chapters later. It's just really impressive. We'll talk a little more about it as we get further into the narrative, but there are a few specific examples I'm thinking of here.
Yeah, so like talk to me about the inventory though, because like obviously inventory is like critical to parser games.
Yeah, right. It's not so much of a problem-solving thing. As far as I don't recall any hidden choices that don't appear if you don't have a certain inventory item. But there are different ways to get around obstacles that are made easier if you have certain items, right? And having like part of the actual gameplay of this game, a gameplay in a way that you don't usually talk about gameplay with choice ofs, is learning what items you can get to set yourself up in the future. I mean, let's say to pick like let's say that you're bad at automation, right? You're the necromancy or negation rather. We don't want to play an evil wizard, so we're going to keep our negation stat low. Well, maybe there's a negation challenge coming up that having a certain item would help us with. Knowing that we're on the lookout for that item, that is an element of gameplay in and of itself. And the story wants you to replay it several times. As opposed to most parsers, where a lot of the joy is kind of figuring out the puzzle, and when you've internalized that puzzle, you figured it out, you've gotten that aha moment, that's it. You know, next time you know to move rug, open trapdoor, take key.
Yeah, yeah, that's definitely something where like I've seen with the choice of games that I've replayed compared to parser games that you replay, like doing Plundered Hearts over again. I breezed through the first like chapter and a half because I had done it before and I knew all of it and I knew how to do the puzzles. And you know, especially if you're like speed running them, you can get them done in like no time. Like literally. Where with the choice of games, I've found that they take more or less the same time to get through no matter how many run-throughs you're doing. You know, I obviously don't read as deeply the second or third time, but like you're running into new things because you chose a separate path. And I think that's like super powerful. Like I was talking with you about whether or not oh gosh, System Shock counted as a narrative game. And like I was thinking about, well, is there like a branch to it? And then as I've been thinking about it more since then, like Plundered Hearts, there's not really a branch. You like go through the plot and like, yeah, your ending might be different based on like one choice at the end, or like Weight of His Soul. There's not really different endings. It's just like, did you get the good ending or not?
Yeah, Weight of the Soul is probably not a great example for this because there are actually several different endings that have drastically different sort of narrative outcomes and tones, right? This is not to say that like it is the most nuanced or diverging road getting there. From what I recall, I think pretty much all of those endings up until the last one pretty much revolve around like one choice that you make in like the last scene of the game. All right, cool.
Yeah, yeah.
And this is also not to say that all like it's a feature inherent to choice script or choice based IF in general that like you're going to have that kind of satisfyingly branching narrative and different outcomes. But I think it's certainly more common and certainly more easily done.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, definitely, because I mean, with especially older parser games, you end up with so much has to be like scripted or completely linear because you can't like it's just so much to script like a flag or some kind of way to say, oh, okay, this is a different narrative path. I found that super frustrating about A Mind Forever Voyaging, that like I couldn't figure out how to do a different path. And like,
I mean, are you sure there is one?
I don't think there is. I think the story is really flat. There's a whole mechanic in A Mind Forever Voyaging that I never figured out. That like controls the simulation, but I don't know if that's even like true or a lie. Not a lie, but like a trick of writing. Be like, oh, there's this mechanic, and actually it doesn't do anything. Which I always like as a mechanic in games in general, to like play with what does actually work and what doesn't. You know, what is a false choice.
Mm-hmm. That's literally what's called in the code, right? And false choices can be an extremely satisfying choice, haha, of their own, right? Like an artistic choice, a narrative choice. Because even if it doesn't make an actual difference in the mechanics or the branching of the game, it's still giving something a little like experiential treat to your player.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's like, I mean, what is the thing that you spend the most time on in any game? It's the character creator.
Making myself as a sim, dress
Yeah.
up all the time.
Or like,
God, I miss Monster Factory.
oh man. Okay. But back to this to keep it moving.
All right, let's take the what's our caution score right now? Here, we'll do this. If caution is higher, we'll take the subtle one. If panache is higher, we'll do the official one.
Optimism is pretty significantly higher.
All right,
57 to 43.
we're an out and proud wizard, baby.
All right, out and proud wizard.
I feel like this is not going to go well for us, given how flashy we've been. But well, if we die, we can just start over again and explore some of the different options.
Wait, you can die?
I mean, I assume so.
All right.
Not to spoil too. I don't think this is too big of a spoiler. That there is a ending corresponding with every school of magic, and a good and a bad ending within those schools. So 10 total, just based on the schools of magic. And I'm pretty sure there are a couple that you can find as well as that. And also,
right.
I'm pretty sure you can die. So let's rock. It's gonna be great.
He did say he would always protect us, even if we're dumb.
We don't deserve you, Cass.
All right, let's ask Mayor Koss if I can be an official town wizard. You decide it's time to pay Mayor Koss a visit, so that you might gain some kind of official standing in the town. Whether you would be publicly recognized or not could be left to Mayor Koss. But you still don't want to give up your childhood dream of being Wizard Qux or what have you. You still haven't really decided on your professional name. Mayor Koss's office is a converted pub, with Koss standing where the bartender would be and 3 citizens sitting on stools in the bar in various stages of being helped. The wood of the place is an old style and has been lovingly polished, as if restoration is what Koss likes to do when nobody is waiting. The old tables of the bar are covered with papers crisscrossing each other in a system only Koss understands. A young man at one of these old tables is sorting documents he's taking out of an old crate. Though the bar is no longer a commercial enterprise, there really are bottles of liquor behind Koss. Whiskey, port, red wine, and a growler of beer. All half empty.
Man.
An old growler of beer? Ew. Since it seems to be the thing to do, you take a seat at the bar. Koss resolves his business with a muscular woman wearing a blacksmith's apron, his cheery farewell greeted with a non-committal grunt. And then he comes to you. Qux, what can I do for you today? You take a nervous glance at the other 2 citizens waiting to be helped, an old man in a shabby tunic and a noblewoman in a frilly dress. You'd prefer not to discuss magic in front of strangers. Maybe I'll wait until we can be alone, you say. Not how I operate, Koss says, shaking his hand. No backroom deals. People always assume the worst. If what you want is defensible in public, then you should think about how that works now. I'll come back to you. Without waiting for your reply, Koss moves over to the noble one, who appears to be lobbying for a repeal of the town's estate tax. Koss mostly listens and acknowledges the woman's points, which sound completely self-serving. You get the impression she comes here a lot. You tie yourself in knots a little, thinking about how to broach the subject of magic in front of other citizens. But soon Koss is saying goodbye to first the noblewoman, then the old man. The 2 of you are alone again. I hope you've thought about how to present your case in public, Koss says with a wink. You handled their business quickly on purpose, you say. Of course, I handle all business quickly on purpose.
That's a good line.
He smiles. Now, what can I do you for? You briefly ponder how to approach your subject. Have you ever thought about what you would do if somebody in the town learned magic and then wanted to use it to help the town? Would you consider granting a professional title to that person, recognizing that their calling is to be a wizard and nothing else? Koss looks pained. Listen, I want every single person in this town to flourish if possible, and that includes you. But what you're asking is practically rebellion against the church. Oh boy. When we show the church how much good magic can accomplish, they'll let me continue.
Fine.
Let me worry about the church. I'm risking more than you. We don't have to shout it. How often do inquisitors come out here anyway? Oh my gosh. Thoughts?
Well, I can tell you right now, three's not going to work out for us. That's not spoiler. I know what's going to happen in the plot. That's just I know how people work. Like it's extremely like Inquisition-esque churches are not particularly known for light heresy, even if it is out in the burbs.
Yeah. And I have a feeling... Do you think that the priest might have been not allowed to be doing the magic she was doing?
Oh, actually, that's a good question. I mean, also, like, we don't know if it's magic. Like, it could, I mean, what is it? You have your mana points and your, priestly mana points? Your prayer slots? Question mark? There are two different kinds of mana in most classic RPGs, is what I'm saying. Like, it could be a different beast.
Yeah, fair.
I would vote number two, except it feels like we're being kind of a dick to Cass.
What? I've seen nothing about Koss that is attractive.
We just had different types, I suppose. All right, sure. Option two.
Look, if opposites attract, we are small and dorky and bookish.
Fair enough. If you'd gotten the board game scene, you would understand.
Yeah, I think let me worry about the
Sure.
about the church.
It'll be fine.
You point out that you're in more danger than Mayor Koss, and if you're willing to take the risk, he should be as well. Increase caution. I'm not worried about myself, Koss says. This just seems like a bad idea. Tell me about the problems you're facing right now, you prompt. Huge, insurmountable problems. I think I see where you're going with this. Just tell me. Well, Koss goes through some documents on one of the converted tables. We have the so-called Silver Paladins, a band of thugs running a protection racket out of a warehouse in the northern part of town. Don't be taken in by their name. They threaten their clients more than protect them. Then we have some vigilantes burning down the houses of anybody who's rumored to be a shapeshifter. The so-called Twilight Band. I could arrest their Grand Cleric if I knew his identity, or her identity, I suppose. But the Grand Cleric has eluded all of our investigations. Trying to prevent those death clouds from rolling through town would be great, but failing that, we have farmers who are struggling after the death cloud wiped out their crops. At this rate, the town's going to starve. Koss shrugs. The town has a bunch of other problems, but these I have no answers for. I can solve them all, you boast, eventually. but only if you grant me the title of wizard. I want public recognition that this is my role in the town. Koss sighs. You win. If you can solve any of these, I suppose it's worth trying to smooth talk an inquisitor later, to say nothing of trying to sell it to the town. But you've got to do one for me before I grant the title. You didn't try fixing the fans when the death cloud was approaching. You suppose you could try starting them now.
Oh, interesting. Okay. I think this is going to be 4 different side quests that we would have options to solve different ways, but it looks like it really is just a straightforward strength play. A stat check, if you will.
Yeah, so...
Did we get an automation boost for revving up that mining equipment?
Yeah, we did.
I mean, fixing the fans. I mean, I kind of want to help out Tall.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
But our negation sucks.
No, it's divination.
Oh.
The Silver Paladins are running a protection racket. The fans would protect the town better. Sturdier crops. Interesting call. M kind of on you with, like... Although it did say that the pigs didn't taste any different. Just that they had wings.
They're harder to catch, is the thing. And we did kind of cause, like, a little bit of the famine. But on the other hand, we made Tall sad. And I hate that.
Yeah. No, I would much rather protect Tall.
It's not 4 side quests. It's 2 side quests with 2 different approaches each. That makes more sense. God, this is elegantly done. Let's divine that Grand Cleric's identity.
Yeah. Tell me more about the Twilight Band, you say to the mayor. They wear robes and masks of deep indigo, come out only in the dead of night, and try to set fire to the homes of people rumored to be shapeshifters. You think of the danger Tall is in with such arsonists willing to burn down her house if they found out her true nature. And you don't know the identities of any members? I suspect that at least one of our wealthier citizens is involved, or else they couldn't afford all the indigo dye, Mayor Koss says. I want to find out who that leader is. I think many of the people involved are poor, so if the person bankrolling all this is arrested, that could lead the whole terrible organization falling apart. Do you want some kind of proof besides my word? Ideally, yes. Are you up for it? Of course. You bid Mayor Koss adieu and retreat to your apartment for some privacy. Alone in your apartment, you place your fingers to your temples. Close your eyes. Oh, no. I just realized something, but that's okay. We'll...
Oh. What? Why?
The chickens will come home to roost soon enough.
What's going on, bud?
What's the bad part of divination?
That they can see you too.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
Or even worse, something related to you.
Mm-hmm.
We just keep trying to help Tall, and it keeps working out bad. There's almost, I would say, a theme emerging.
It's kind of poetic, honestly.
Alone in your apartment, you place your fingers to your temples, close your eyes, and send your mind reaching for the identity of the leader of the Twilight Band. Mysterion Nomai, Apocalypto Indico Protistos. An image forms in your mind of Banker Sarah, your landlord? You can't quite believe she's in charge of the group, as unpleasant as she may be. Gain divination.
Interesting.
In your vision, Banker Sarah meets with a well-heeled male client at the local bank. She seems distracted and casts a suspicious glance your way. You dispel the vision, though you think she may have already realized it was you who was spying on her. Your situation may have become urgent. She has the right to search her apartment, and if she does find evidence of magic in violation of the lease, you could get into a lot of trouble before you can get her into trouble. What do you do with this new information? We can't go to Mayor Qux yet. Sneak into Banker Sarah's living quarters to obtain further proof. Run to the bank and silence her somehow before she tells anyone about my divination.
I mean, I always want to sneak.
Yeah,
Sneak
we're
and fast
sneaky.
talk. Sneak and fast talk and sneak.
We're good at sneaking. On the other hand, I do have the thought that we could just remove her mouth.
Jesus Christ.
Is that no? That's not in line with the character that we're making. Okay.
I mean, that's delightful, and it is entirely possible there's a Mr. Anderson achievement in this game.
No, I think sneaking. We have the invisibility ring.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, no, we should do that. Why do we even have this thing? My God.
Why do we have any of these things?
I'm still extremely confused about the torque of life and death.
Do you know what a torque is?
That's the, like, an upper armband, right?
The way that it is shown, I'm going to Google it real quick so I'm not completely talking out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's either like a tiara or like a fancy armband.
It is a rigid neck ring.
Fuck me.
So cool. I did know what it was. Thank you, Nethergate Resurrection, for teaching me something.
Thank you, like, wicked ass nerd upbringing for teaching us all kinds of what random antique jewelry is like. All right.
But yes, it is specifically a Celtic and to a lesser degree Viking piece of
Interesting.
jewelry-esque thing. You decide that divination alone will not be sufficient to convict Banker Sarah. You need some tangible proof, and that will require some sneaking. You go outside, find an unlocked window, and climb inside your landlord's place. Banker Sarah's house is full of antique wooden furniture, and the walls are decorated with signs from shops that closed years ago. A cross-stitched pillow on a rocking chair declares, "Trust in Abraxas, but be ready to be his miracle." You finally stumble upon a closet full of indigo robes, the spares for the Twilight Band. The same closet also has a book, which you discover to be meeting minutes for the band. Banker Sarah's knack for organization appears to have undone her. She has named and implicated the members of the Twilight Band in her own hand. So, what will you take from Banker Sarah's house? Nothing. Just ask Mayor Qux to send the guard to find the evidence. Take the book, but steal nothing else. Valuable small stuff in addition to the book. She won't need this stuff in jail. Clean her out. I'm partial to the book and nothing else.
Not even a trinket, a satchel of gold, a jar of honey, mayhaps?
We can literally create animals. I think we're good.
Oh, and we do literally own a gold mine. All right, let's just swipe the book and get out of here.
Take the book, but steal nothing else. And the reason why I'm thinking take the book is that we gotta bolt over to his house, like, now.
Yeah, we gotta go. Grow wings.
You decide to take the book as evidence, but nothing else. You slip out the window again and return to the mayor's office, presenting him with the book. "That will do nicely," the mayor says. "Increase cost relationship. I'll have the guard arrest Banker Sarah at her place of work." You hear later that Banker Sarah screamed that you were a wizard as she was arrested, but that comes to nothing for the moment. And she can't evict us in jail. Hopefully.
Fingers crossed.
When you and Qux have finished discussing your mission, you both hesitate a little, neither one saying goodbye. Qux speaks first. "Are you busy tonight?" Oh, why, you say? From the way he said it, you don't think he's talking about official business. You're interesting, Koss says. I know a lot of interesting people, but you're very interesting. And I guess I want to show you I'm interesting too. Sounds like a date, you point out. That's the subtext, yes, Koss says. But it can be very casual. Board games at my place or just a walk somewhere. I agree to board games at Koss's place and the subtext. I agree to a walk in the mild woods and the subtext. I agree to a walk around town and the subtext. Or tell Mayor Koss I'm not interested in him romantically. Where's the I agree to board games?
And not the subtext. What if I just want to play board games?
I mean, so you've played this before. Can you, like, are you locked into a romance option if you go down that direction?
So I am. If you read the forums, right, the reviews, sort of this and that, a lot of the dialogue around these choice of games tend to be kind of preoccupied with the romance options, which I get. Like, I love the hot goss. I love kissing cute dudes. But I've never played them specifically. Like, I never found that element of them all that interesting. So I'll usually just kind of pick one and just, all right, into this route, whatever.
See, yeah, because I definitely, one of the things that I do enjoy of the choice of games is that, like, yeah, like, you get real romance options, and they're
particularly
options.
Oh, absolutely. Particularly, I was going to compliment this earlier. We were talking about choice of robots. So often you'll find that in the beginning character creation, you're kind of forced to pick a sexual orientation or a romantic orientation. And all of your romance options will be that, right? If you're interested in dudes or ladies or what have you. Or they'll be randomly ruled in terms of gender, but they'll be player sexual, right? Like, whatever. This character is, can be Emmanuel or Emily this round, but either way, they're interested in you.
Okay.
One of the things that I really like about Kevin Gould's games is that pretty much all of the romanceable NPCs are defined in gender. Not in a way that I am a gender essentialist or like, no, men gotta be men, good God. But they feel like defined characters. Like, Tal is Tal. Like, she's a character. Like, and I kind of love that. This is not really relevant to the choice at hand. I just wanted to kind of put in that random observation there. You know what? Fuck it. I feel like if...
I mean, I want to play board games.
You know what? Play board games and then break up with them later if we find somebody more interesting.
Okay. So long as there's, like, a way... Because I have this with any kind of, like, branching narrative that I struggle with. Like, but what if there's a better choice? It's like, that thing in any game with an inventory of, like, stuff, and you end the game with, like, 60 million potions, and it's like, well, what if I need this?
Mm-hmm.
Interestingly, I am not doing that in Nethergate, and it soft locked me. So
that's why you got to be your order.
But yeah, okay. Let's agree to board games, and then I mean, whatever. Who knows what magic does in the bedroom?
We literally haven't met at least 3 of our significant relationships yet. Like, the game is going to give us options here.
Yeah, it can't lock us in like that. Great, Koss says. Board games it is. See you then.
You don't need to make him sound like a fedora dork.
I don't like this dude. I don't know what he did to me.
No, one of my favorite things about this two-player text dynamic we have is like taking an irrational hatred to an NPC. It's like when I log into my Animal Crossing island and I'm like, "Fuck you, adorable monkey man! I will burn your house to the ground and salt the earth that it stood on."
But this is definitely like, I'm very intrigued by this. Like, same thing with Violet. To go way back, like, I actually kind of like the other love interest in that game. I wanted more.
I loved her. I mean, she's a really early fun and well developed to be fun, irritating NPC, like heel NPC. You don't necessarily want to date the heel. Oh no, you're thinking speak for yourself, aren't you?
Yeah. That evening, speaking of the heel, dude, this guy's going to like betray us. This is not good. That evening, you go to Cas's place to play his board game. Cas's place is a humble one-story house in the middle-class neighborhood with a beautiful flower garden out front that you suspect Cas tends himself. You can see the backyard is a bit more industrial. As you've heard, Cas has set up a personal foundry, mill, and metal shop in the back under the cover of a wooden overhang he built himself. The inside of his place shows a similar devotion to all manner of hobbies. You see a pottery wheel, a half-painted clay sculpture of a book, a flute, a guitar, some hand drums, a shoe surrounded by cobbler's tools, and the biggest bookshelves you've seen outside the Magic Academy. You see Cas has some sense of organization, but it appears to be losing out to his unlimited interests. He's nevertheless swept the table clean for your game, which appears to consist of abstract icosahedrons and colored tokens on a map of Akraton. Dice with varying numbers of sides sit next to the board. For whatever reason, this game seems to need a 30-sided die. Each face on the nearly spherical die is a diamond. I call it...
It's a D20.
Well, a D30.
Oh, my apologies.
I wonder if he actually had to, like, all right, what would a D30 look like?
Oh, no, an icosahedron is a polyhedron with 20 faces.
Huh. Weird. Maybe that was a typo. I call it...
It's probably some kind of turbo dork jerk. My apologies. Go on.
I call it Akraton Ascendant, Cas tells you proudly. Is it about running the town? You ask. Write what you know, they say. The mayor says sanguinely. Sanguinely? Words you never hear in person.
Certainly not in the adverbial sense.
Yeah, right? Yeah, like, I know it's sanguine, right?
Yeah, I think you're correct. Sanguine, whatever. What's going on with this board game?
Well, that is a funny thing about, like, reading this stuff out loud. Not my lack of knowledge of words, but, like, there are things that make sense in text that reading it out loud feels different. Like, even just the length of text. Like, not gonna lie, a lot of text in this. Or, like, with especially some of the older parser games, like, how little text there is works on its own, but then you're reading it out loud and you're like, but what color is it?
Mm-hmm.
But that's okay.
Like that says to me that, like, this is I don't want to say more well-developed world because, for example, like, Superluminal Vagrant Queen clearly had this huge world that was pretty damn well thought out, even if it was very minimalistic in terms of the verbiage. But this is clearly I say this all the time. You can tell when something is made with love. You can't fake when something is crafted with love. And like this says to me that the person who wrote this has thought a lot about this world and has put a lot of love into it. And I think that's delightful.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's interesting because I know the choice of games are like as commercial as you can get for text
Hmm.
games.
Oh yeah.
Um, Short of like they're not the most well, one of the people that we talked to about narrative games in general talked about like what the most successful Patreons are for text games,
Oh
and
right.
I forget how much one of them got. It was like $10,000 a month. It was like an absurd amount of money, which is great for them. But like that is a very different kind of commercial than we release games, they cost $14 or whatever, and you buy them, and that's fine.
Yeah. The Patreon ecosystem is interesting and probably not one that we have the scope to get into right in this particular second. Although I do appreciate Autumn Chen's thoughtful commitment to not including the smut games on there because oh boy, you think 10K bucks
I mean,
anyway.
yeah, yeah. That also
I have
development
such
cycles and like it's all very fascinating.
I have such a weird fascination with that world. For being no, I read them for the articles. I swear, no, like not being a particular consumer myself of them. I find the ecosystem absolutely fascinating. It's like the Amazon Smut algorithm gaming game. Like all those romance authors pulling in. We're far from the subject here. We'll talk
No,
about
no. Um,
algorithmically generated smut at some other time.
well, no, I think it's very much like the same thing though with the choice of games because like they have licensed works. Um, like they are trying to fill a lot of niches with their games in a lot of cases. Like I
Mhm.
know that there's multiple Vampire the Masquerade ones, and like, yeah, I want to try them. Like, is there a good Vampire the Masquerade computer game? Does it have to
Yeah,
be all text?
it's real good, man. Like where you've been sleeping on Night Road is very good.
I mean that's but like that's the thing. You know, I have a deep love of Vampire the Masquerade. Like,
Because you like bad things.
oh hush, it's a very good tabletop system, and it's goofy.
It is. It does not take itself too seriously, which I appreciate. Um, I feel like we've wandered very far afield here.
Well, Koss begins to describe the rather complex game. Each turn, you take control of one important role in Akraton: the pastor, the hunter, the foundryman, and so on, and do whatever that person does best, changing the economy, defense, and happiness of the city. Thus, each player is like a mayor of sorts, turning their attention to whomever needs the most attending to. This lets you accumulate fame points, which can only be cashed in by taking the ledgerman role. It gets more complicated from there, but that's the gist of it. Okay. Weirdly enough, that kind of makes sense as a game. The general theme is how, even though the town has gone through crisis after crisis over the years, everybody just learns to adapt to the new reality. Koss says. He turns conspiratorial. I haven't added a wizard role yet, but that would be very interesting. Could be a very powerful piece, but surely should also be a very risky one. Perhaps on a church visit, that player loses all fame that hasn't been banked. He gives you a significant look. You suspect he knows more than he lets on. You notice that when the church visit event happens, everybody in the town is half as productive, with no particular benefit. So that says something about Kasa's religious attitude. As you sit down to play, you'll decide you'd like to impress Kas. How will you do that? Focus on winning fair and square? Impress him with my banter instead of play? Cast a divination that lets me always see the top card of the event deck. We're not cheating.
Party Wizard is the Archbishop of Denterbury.
That works for me. Especially... that works for me for a lot of reasons. Oh, good. We got an achievement. I want to be Ledgerman. We played the game.
Ledgerman?
You don't worry too much about the game. Instead, you chat with Kas about his personal life. Mayor Kas is the sort of man who lives and breathes his work. When he has spare time at home, he uses it to pursue one of his extremely varied hobbies. You aren't actually sure if he has ever dated at all. You ask whether he's had any interest. Oh, there's usually some problem with it, he says. You know, I only ever see people when I'm working, and so a relationship would be improper. Conflict of interest, you understand. Wouldn't want to make it look like I was granting municipal favors in exchange for other kinds of favors. You wonder whether you seem different to him in any way. Perhaps he sees you as outside his usual sphere of influence. You manage to engage Kas in the conversation so thoroughly that he loses track of what he's doing in the game. He begins to take actions that don't make sense, then corrects himself. Oh, right, that was in the earlier version of the game. You think you just thoroughly distract him with just your presence. Funnily enough, you yourself manage to keep your cool and win. Kas is impressed, if a little embarrassed at his own play. Increase Kas' relationship. That all took a fair amount of time. And you still haven't made any romantic moves on Kas. Did you want to kill him? Kiss him? Freudian slip.
I was going to say, I don't feel like really any pressing need to take things further. We're buddies with him, and this leaves us free to pursue, or at least discover, the other romance routes.
On the other hand, Party Wizard?
I'm following your lead, bud.
So, Party Wizard would just be like, all right, let's go, practice Vivimancy.
Oh, God. Why is that your metaphor?
I think I'm going to wait for him to make the first move, and if he does anything, then we just kill him.
Uh-huh.
Would you like some tea? Kas offers. Sure, you say, but you wonder how much longer you'll need to wait before he makes a move. He goes in the kitchen and asks which of 10 kinds of tea you want. Then, as the water is set to boiling and you hover by his shoulder, he turns to you and kisses you. His kiss is full of fresh bravado. It's a kiss that says, I'm new at this, but watch me anyway. And you notice he does get better at kissing you, mirroring your softer pressure and replacing the long kiss with shorter ones. You sense Kas is a quick learner. Increase Kas relationship. Kas's kiss was just hesitant enough that you think he's still feeling out the idea of relationship with you, and would be unwise to try to do much more than kiss tonight. So you spend the evening chatting more about your past and occasionally kissing again. Increase Kas relationship. You part only when Kas begins to clearly have trouble keeping his eyes open. It's the middle of the night, and you know he gets up before dawn. When he finally nods off on the couch, you throw a blanket over him and leave happy.
Seems about ideal.
That's kind of what I wanted out of it, to be fair.
Leaving our options open. Party Wizard, baby. Play it on sides.
The next day, Mayor Kas holds a brief ceremony near the melted copper tree in the market square, in which he recognizes you for your exemplary service to the town. You notice that he leaves out the parts where you used magic, and so the gathered crowd is very enthusiastic about your accomplishments. Increased adoration. You think the mayor is trying to give them some momentum about how they should feel about you.
I bet you anything we got that because we increased the relationship to a certain point. If we had pissed him
Interesting.
off, if we had pissed him off, he would have been like, "All right, here's your medal. Fuck off."
Interesting. Yeah, again, I do struggle a lot with like figuring out what was intentional and what wasn't. Mayor Koss even gives you a silver medal, inducting you as a hero of Akraton. As he places the blue ribbon over your head, you catch the eyes of your parents in the back of the crowd. Your father eagerly waves back, while your mother beams with quiet pride. They're both wearing their frugal best. Tal is watching from a different part of the crowd, next to her mother, who has a big, frizzy black hair, who always wears too much makeup and jewelry, and pretty much looks nothing like Tal. Tal grins and waves when you see her, and you subtly wave back. Koss leans in to whisper to you. I've received a reply from the Queen herself, he says. She says she's interested in the experiment and will let it continue. Best reply we could have hoped for. Of course, she's also said it's our own skins that the Inquisitors come for us, but still, best reply we could have hoped for. As Koss turns to the crowd, you take a moment to digest this. The Queen herself knows about you? Now, what I'm going to say next may surprise you all, Mayor Koss says to the crowd, but let me preface it by saying that you have all trusted me to do what is best for the town year in and year out for the past 8 years. And in that time, I have sometimes made unpopular decisions that turned out well for the town, because I knew they served both the individual and the collective. Everybody here remembers when then Farmer Zed wanted to raise a nightmare from a foal, how much of an outcry there was about it. But you believed me, and now I thought I'd remind you of what we got eventually. The lowest lost cattle count in the recorded history of Akraton. Outrider Zed.
This game rules.
Mayor Koss also gives a hand signal, and a wiry old farmer-turned-cowboy comes galloping through the market square on a nightmare, through a path that the town guard has cleared. The crowd gives up a huge cheer. You realize that it's not a trifling matter for Mayor Koss to try and convince the town to accept your new profession. He has really thought about the choreography here. Outrider Zed comes to a stop behind the two of you, towering over you, the nightmare breathing flame. It's rather impressive looking. It is in that spirit that I hereby repeal the 2,000-year-old law against wizards and magic in Akraton, Mayor Koss says. The crowd appears to be so enthused by your accomplishments that they take its historic gesture in stride. Of course they'd repeal that nonsense. Why wouldn't they?
Crap, we're
Also,
going to create
welcome
a
back,
medieval
Shaylin.
Hey, you came just in time for us to cause a fantasy constitutional crisis.
Yeah, you did miss us having a very awkward makeout session. Oh, okay. Big choice. Pleased at the crowd's reaction, Mayor Koss continues. Qux has already done a good turn for Akraton, and I want to see just how much more Qux can do for us. Let's give it up for, prior to the ceremony, what professional title did you ask the mayor for?
Please have a custom option. Please have a custom option. Please have a custom option.
There is no custom
No.
option. All right, Shaylin, you're in chat. It's up to you.
Come on.
As a reminder, our wonderful name is Qux Tam's daughter. We are a bookish, spectacled woman with brightly colored feathers in her hair, wearing a shimmering cloak and some sparkling garb picked up in an ancient academy. What happens is that we lose our last name, Tam's daughter, because we now have a job. That's just how this world works. So we can get a professional title. We have convinced the mayor to let us be the first town wizard in, I would assume, millennia. So we could be a wizard, a sorcerer, a sorceress, A witch, a warlock, a mage, a magic user, a negator, an automator, a glamourist, a diviner, or a vivomancer. So, okay. We do have a ranking to our magic. I really don't mind if we don't have to follow this at all. Vivomancy is like changing living things. Like the big thing that we've done with it is grow wings. And then
we also literally created life.
Oh yeah.
Kind of seems like you're very in the lead there.
We did create a new creature out of like 4 creatures. Totally normal. Divination, kind of self-explanatory. Glamour is like making people do things for us. Kind of like increasing charisma. Automation, weirdly, is just like engineering. And then negation is like damage. So we're still best at Vivomancy. Love it.
Yeah, Diviner has a nice ring to it. Diviner Qux. Ooh, Diviner Qux. That sounds like a 70s prog band. I like it.
I love it. Thank you for the choice. I actually really like the choice of games for asking chat. It's much more constrained, I think.
Yeah, these things are fun as hell to go up. I'm not gonna lie.
Let's give it up for Diviner Qux, Mayor Koss exclaims. There is enthusiastic applause, including from Tal and your parents. You suppose your parents were mostly worried about what other people in town would think, and this isn't as bad as what they expected. I want each of you to think about what magic might do for you, and submit proposals to me, Mayor Koss says. I've only approved this because I think magic might do great things for each and every one of you in this town. Make your requests, and we'll do what we can to improve your everyday lives. The crowd erupts into a roar of questions and shouts, and Mayor Koss puts a hand on your back and forcefully guides you to Outrider's Ed's Nightmare as the crowd closes in, giving you a boost up. We saw a Nightmare early in the game. It is an 8-legged, fire-breathing, like 10-foot tall horse. They'll need some time to process, the mayor shouts over the din. I'll handle this. Zed, take her home. You mount the Nightmare behind Outrider Zed. Oh, and the mayor hands you a heavy pouch of coin. Gain 200 coin.
Oh, hell yeah, we're rich.
Good work. Farewell. You and Outrider Zed take off for your place, leaving the crowd behind for Mayor Koss to deal with. You're still a little in shock over what just happened. Mayor Koss seems to be risking his whole political career over this. It occurs to you he must really like magic too. No. We have not. We had the chance to cheat in the overcomplicated board game that the mayor invented with magic, but he is not under a charm spell. I personally, we have taken the faintest step towards a romance option with the mayor. I am like desperately trying for literally anybody else. You awaken in the night to the smell of smoke. It's pitch black in your bedroom, but when you move to your living room, you see Dad running back and forth from the kitchen, tossing buckets of water on your storm doors. They hiss with steam when the water connects. A small candle lit by Dad casts weak light on the proceedings. Dad, what are you doing? You ask. Dad is our golem that we named Dad.
It made sense at the time.
It makes sense now. Extincta ignis, Dad answers, somewhat unhelpfully. Where did it come from? Extra, the golem says, pointing to your front doors. Well, yes, but never mind. You cast a divination to see the cost of the fire. Mysterion nomai, revelabit aitia pirkagias.
I love our Dorcas wizard voice.
I'm really thinking, like, I don't know why this is the person that I, like, immediately thought of, but, like, new upstart recruit to the anime soccer team. Your vision reveals a mob of townsfolk bearing torches outside the storm doors of your apartment, which are flaming like logs on a campfire. The townsfolk are dressed mostly in the rough clothing of day laborers and farmers, though a few well-dressed nobles stand among them. You recognize faces from around town, but see nobody you know personally. A cry goes up, call and response between one member of the mob and the rest. Abraxas is the only god. Long live Abraxas. Abraxas is the only god. Long live Abraxas. They didn't ask you your thoughts on Abraxas, the one true god of the church. But you suspect that they think your wizardry is incompatible with being a pious believer. In short, they probably want to kill you because of your use of magic. Canceling the vision, you run buckets back and forth from your water basin into the kitchen, tossing the water to meet the red-hot doors with a sizzle. You'll have to make an automated fire engine at some point, you think. With enough water, the doors cool down, and you think the flames are probably dying or dead on the other side. You can hear a dull roar go up from the mob above. They probably think you're fighting the fire with magic. How would you like to handle the mob? Convince them to leave with words alone.
Boring.
Use glamour magic to convince them to leave me alone. Use vivamancy to change my appearance and convince them that they have the wrong place. Use divination on Kas in the hopes he sees my plight and sends help. Have my golem fight these people.
I will never risk Dad.
Come out swinging with my sword so they know not to mess with me. And what the hell? Blast them with a ball of negative energy.
So, if we're not going to use our glamour magic to control the crowd, then why precisely are we dressed up like a disco ball?
So, here's the only thing that I don't like about that. They're going to know that we did that.
Will they? Maybe just think we're really hot.
All right. You make a very valid argument. Because my only other one was the boring one, which was convince them to leave with words alone.
I mean, what stat would that affect? What stat would determine that, rather? I don't think there's an eloquence.
There isn't. But there is... We are rather adored by the town. That would be what I think would be the stat.
What else we got?
We have a glamorous shirt.
No, in terms of stats, dum-dum.
We're empathetic.
Okay.
We're kind of funny.
We have empathy, humor, and optimism. We probably can actually just talk these guys into going away.
On the other hand, you made a very good point.
Yeah, we're literally wearing a shimmery cloak and a disco ball shirt underneath it.
All right, let's see what disco does for us. You decide not to risk everything on your innate charm. I don't know how much innate charm we actually have. You draw on the power within you. Philautia omnes, Cleos venomum. Gain glamour. You unbar the doors, then poke them open with a long stick. Stop, you cry. I come in peace. The crowd falls silent, enspelled by your glamour. Who is any of us to know the will of Abraxas, you say? Are all of you as wise or as generous? Is not the first rule of Abraxas love, since he loves us? Let love be your commandment, and let Abraxas be my judge. If you wish to weed out those things hateful to Abraxas, start with hate itself, and cruelty, and vice. I can be your ally in fighting these things. When they are gone, only then turn against me. Pretty good, you think, and you turn around and slam the doors without waiting for a response. After a few minutes, you feel your glamour dissipate, bringing the familiar lurching feeling inside your stomach. But you don't hear anything from outside. You don't hear any further rumblings outside the rest of the night. The mob appears to have left. A few hours later, still unable to get to sleep, you open the doors and confirm your suspicion. They're gone. But you wonder whether they'll be back. If not tonight, then someday. After your handling of that mob, things are quiet for a little while. Koss asks you to do a few odd jobs for the town, nothing taxing. But you can feel the people of the town warming to the idea of having a town wizard. Increased adoration, gain 50 gold, increased Koss relationship. You and Koss learn more about each other through long walks and esoteric board games. Increased Koss relationship. Then, just as you think you might have hit a steady rhythm in the town, your life is disrupted again. A pair of inquisitors has come to town, and they are very interested in talking to you. We made it through another chapter, J-Ram.
Woohoo!
So what, so if we scroll all the way to the bottom, what plot points did we hit?
There are so many plot points.
Yeah, they're just asking some questions.
Fine. It's fine.
It's fine. Yeah, okay. Cool. Not that much, actually. Just like 6 plot points. Okay.
Feeling that I'm hoping, at least, I am enjoying this game thoroughly with you. It's great, but man, I'm pretty sure the plot's going to pick up a little. I think the first 2-3 chapters are mostly world building, and then we're really going to get into the meat of things.
Yeah. No worries. I mean, it takes as long as it takes. I am thoroughly enjoying just kind of like writing it out.
The fact that we can create a part, like, at the risk of tipping my hand, so Something Awful did a Let's Play thread of this a couple of years ago, and they made a character that was Santa Claus. It's not a literal Santa. You don't get Santa-based options, but they created a, like, jolly, large dude character, dresses all in red, and pursues the saint path. And I find that delightful.
Yeah, there is a surprising, to me anyway, amount of like role playing in this. I was not expecting that. I was expecting to be going down like a directed kind of narrative.
Yeah,
there's definitely like choices otherwise.
A lot of these, we were talking about parser games earlier and the difference between them and choice-based ones, right? And a lot of IF in general is on rails. Let's just put that out there right now. But the best ones have a way of making you not notice that you're on rails. Mm-hmm. And the ones that are really skilled in giving you options to go off the rails, even if you still are, on the track, to extend the metaphor, you don't, it's like a magic trick. You don't notice the sleight of hand. And I find that really delightful.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've played a few visual novels. Obviously, the one that everybody has played, which of course the name escapes me.
Doki Doki?
Yeah, Doki Doki Literature Club. Um, and like, I definitely like struggled against the rails of that, and even that has like at least the dating simulator kind of, okay, who do you want to talk to the most amount of like control over it. And even that I was like, this is like going to one place, isn't it? A cool
Yeah,
place, not, no lie.
that's the as a friend of mine put it, even the best Biznovs tend to have a protagonist who is a perfect white dude, or a magical white dude with a perfect penis and the power of listening, really listening.
Yeah, I think, and I troll itch a lot for games, because I really like, you know not even just indie devs, but like, wow, you're not at all a devs. Just as like, I think it comes from like my love of flash games and things like that, and like one of the things that I think is good about those kinds of like not a devs is, yeah, you get a lot of that, but you also get some like truly bizarre stuff that I do love. So it's definitely a little bit of everything, but it is, you get a lot of like characters named Anon, and you're just like, come on. Then again, Christine Love did that too in her
Yeah,
latest
Christine Love
game.
is fucking goat. So
Yeah,
if it's good
she's
enough for her,
live.
it's good enough for us.
Have you played Get in the Car Loser?
I have not, and I need to.
It's it's interesting. I got bogged down in the combat system. But I like loved the characters, all of them. So I need to come back to it. Speaking of coming back, we got this chapter. There's a firm rapping on your front doors late in the afternoon one day. Respondize porta? Your golem inquires in a low voice from beside the door, reaching for it. Yeah, it definitely can. I think there's some like really good studio stuff that's come out though. I don't know. I
In terms
watched
of like,
most of Stray, and I really enjoyed that.
in terms of
Uh,
like innovation and flexibility, or in terms of like high quality, right? Because high quality, like money can buy you production. Money can't buy you a
I
good
think,
idea.
yeah, I think, obviously like AAA is its own kind of mess, but like double A, if that's a word,
Hmm.
like Inscription, did not play it because I got it totally spoiled because I watched a stream of it,
Doesn't
and
matter, man. It's still good.
um, but like that moment of like, wow, this just took a left turn, I really enjoyed, and like that's a studio. Um, trying to think, I was watching some game recently, and I was just like, yo, this game rules. And it's a PS5 game. It's like uh it's like a roguelike shooter. all 3D, and I'm like, oh, this is a good game. And then the plot kicks in, and it becomes super surreal and like genuinely interesting. And it was like, oh, okay, cool. So like, there's definitely good stuff that comes out from like large studios with like enough backing to put out a PS5 game that like, looks good and plays well, which is a large team to do that. Like,
I don't want to like that indicates to me nothing else than the idea itself was good enough to appeal to a wide enough audience to make the sales to justify the bottom line in, the sort of like industry's got to make money kind of framework, which is not a bad thing. Like, if there is good art getting funded by the people who fund games, not out of love of the art, I think that's great. Like, it just means there's more and better games coming out.
Yeah.
On the other hand, did you guys see the H-Bomb? And I'm sorry, we're way off the plot here, but the H-Bomb retrospective on Deus Ex Human Revolution?
No.
Oh, I could not recommend this more highly. I don't really have much of an interest. I've never been much for shooters. I have played Deus Ex. I acknowledge its brilliance, but not my thing, typically. But...
Oh, H-Bomber guy. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. The Deus Ex video kind of starts as you think it's going to be sort of a takedown of this game, like game bad, have it on the background, and then it ends up in this really interesting exploration of like the reality of mid 2010s game development, and more broadly the artistic question of following up on your passion project that became a huge success. You now have money to make the sequel to your passion project, but now you have money to make a sequel to your passion project and all the strings that come with. A very interesting metaphor. Do recommend, even if you don't care about the games.
Yeah. I would be interested in what he has to say. I saw his why the 3D Fallouts are bad video.
He's a super smart dude, just generally. His video about Lost.jpg is and I say this completely seriously, one of the best pieces of internet media criticism out there, period.
I don't know. Everybody loves No Man's Sky. There's no, I mean, even if you only like Call of Duties and things like that, there is no shame in whatever you enjoy. Like, and No Man's Sky is definitely like higher brow than that, I think. But like, I just fired up Left 4 Dead for the first time in like literally 10 years and was like, man, I'm still terrible at this game.
Fuck shooters. Sorry, not my thing.
So
is No Man's Sky the one with the open world or the one with the time loop? Nice. Good to know.
Nice. Very nice.
All right. Let's
we're no, and like, please distract us. Like that
yeah,
is
no, also
the fun
I'm
of
really
this.
I'm loving the chat interaction. Please sing out your stupid choices. Or no, the choices are stupid. You are not stupid. You are a beautiful genius.
Yeah. Repondize Porta, your golem inquires in a low voice from beside the door, reaching for it. No, let me see who it is first. You go to the peephole to see who it is, and glimpse two inquisitors, along with a pair of church guards and plate mail behind them. Oh dear. One inquisitor, clean-shaven, wears a tabard with the sun emblazoned on it, indicating an affiliation with the House of the Sun, the more merciful branch of the church, thank goodness. But the other, red-bearded inquisitor, wears a tabard emblazoned with a flame. The House of Flame is zealous about purging the unfaithful. Which house's sermons have you typically attended at the end of every week? The House of the Sun, I strive to be better and help the weak. The House of the Flame, I strive to condemn and destroy evil. I stopped going to church when I was old enough to resist my parents. I'm going to take that choice off the table.
Playing chaotic good, so
We are playing chaotic good.
I mean, same.
Yeah, my dad's clergy. Also same. No shade. Just yeah, no.
Let's be good girls.
Well, here's what I'm thinking. If we have this power, why not use it to destroy it?
But we don't have any negation magic, bruh. Like, literally, our only options are, like, our main skills are in creating new and interesting kinds of fucked up animals and making ourselves look pretty.
And what in that statement does not sound evil? Or let me rephrase that. What in that statement doesn't sound like a bunch of tools to condemn and destroy evil? We can control people to be good, like we did with that mob. We can scry and find evil out there, and then we can give them wings and be like, how could you be evil? You have wings now. I gave you wings.
You know who else has wings? Lucifer.
Exactly. Yeah, see.
I think you're outvoted on this one, bruh.
All right. House of the Sun.
I mean, that's it. Flame actually could be fun. So, lightning round. Do we want to be fun or do we want to be consistent?
Yeah, well, fun is the goal.
Fuck it. This can't impact that much, right? Oh god.
It can't. And we're not evil. We're looking to destroy evil. That's why we didn't kill the big dodecapod. It wasn't evil. It just was hungry.
Let that vengeance live in your heart, son. All right, let's rock.
Enjoy the sense of solidarity that the House of Flame servants provide. The House of Flame teaches that Abraxas loved those who have absolute faith, and that the unfaithful should either be corrected with stern justice or purged from this world. Thus, you have gradually developed a sense that people are generally terrible and probably deserve what they get. Increased calculation, increased caution. Okay.
All right, I regret this choice. I regret this choice immediately.
Well, I also like the finality of this. There's no undo.
Yep.
Your doors are thin, so you can hear the Inquisitors when you press your ear to the cold wood. Jakob, what do you suppose is so special about this mage? Says the clean-shaven Inquisitor, the one from the House of the Sun. Could be more dangerous than usual, replies the red-bearded House of the Flame Inquisitor. Blessed Jakob, you suppose he must be called. So, stay sharp, Bleeding Heart Sam. Do you really think so? Blessed Sam says, ignoring the barb. Subdue only if necessary. It doesn't sound to me like the Hierophant is afraid. It almost sounds as if we should be nice. That's what you always think, Sam. Hey! Blessed Jakob raps on your door again, startling you.
Is Bleeding Heart Sam his church name or just a mean nickname?
Ho there, blessed folk, cries an old man in an orange vest who dodders into the view of your people. Looking for Diviner Qux? She left town for Bonton, I'm afraid. Not sure when she'll be back. Maybe never. Blessed Jakob frowns in irritation. How sure are you, old man? Yeah, well, that's what you said when I asked, anyway. I suppose, technically speaking, she could be anywhere. You're quite certain you have never seen this old man before in your life.
A plus to this old man voice.
Blessed
I had it on my belt.
Yaka takes a threatening step towards the old man. If you're lying, why would I be? The old man says, throwing his hands in the air helplessly. Blessed Sam observes this exchange with his lips pursed in consideration.
The important thing was I had an onion on my belt, which was the style at the time. They didn't have any white onions because of the war. You could only get those yellow ones for a quarter. Back then, they called those nickels bees. Give me 5 bees for a quarter, you'd say.
So, we are definitely not coming out and revealing ourselves. Are we just going to let this old man pass? Or should we use divination to find out why this old man is lying for us? I think we should just let it go. No idea what the Inquisitors can and cannot do.
I think the magic rules of this world, as stated so far, say that only the target of our divination can see stuff about us. So the old man can see shit about us.
Yeah, but can they just, like, detect magic in general?
Oh, good call.
And I mean, so the church has its own brand of magic because the seer, who we haven't talked to in a while, we should probably check in on her. Like, actually, because
we haven't had an opportunity to go spend all this lovely money. Shit, that's a very good point.
Yeah, well, we taught her real magic, but she had, like, the basics of it. Like, she understood basic concepts, but not how to do it right, I guess. So they have some kind of magic? Nah. We wait quietly and continue to watch.
Yep, just let a senior citizen throw ourselves on the bullet for us.
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead and die, old man. Totally chaotic good. Yes, that's what we're doing right now. You hold still and continue to watch the exchange through your people. Jakob, we're not in any hurry, Sam says. Let's spend a day confirming this man's story, shall we? We can deliver some guest sermons tomorrow, ask more questions. Maybe even find out more about why we were sent, since the Arafant herself was hardly any help. Jakob pounds on your door suddenly, startling you. He tries to look through the peephole, though you move aside before he can see you. Could probably knock this door down, search the place anyway. Sam crosses his arms. Well, that's not going to get Diviner Qux to come along willingly, is it? Let's just take this slow, all right? Jakob lets out air through his nose slowly. Then he points a thick finger at the old man. If you did lead us astray, so help me, I will find you and have you tried for false witness against the church. Well, be that as it may, enjoy your stay in Akraton, the old man says with forced good humor. The Inquisitors leave in one direction and the old man leaves in the other. You back away from the peephole. Just as you're wondering what to do with yourself, there's a light knock on your door. Looking through the peephole, you see it's Mayor Koss. You let him in and shut the door behind him. Oh, what have I done? He groans, sitting down on one of your utilitarian chairs and cradling his head in his hands. That was so stupid of me. I never try to fool people with my shape-shifting. I just try to make myself a little more, likable. I just panicked when I saw those Inquisitors at your door, I suppose. So, Koss is a shapeshifter, and he was pretending to be the old man you saw just now. You suppose the orange vest should have been a tip-off, but you just never expected the mayor to be a shapeshifter. It's a sort of secret that could rapidly make him no longer mayor. Or worse, in addition to hunting down wizards, Inquisitors are also empowered by the crown to detain shapeshifters indefinitely. It was a reasonably good performance, you say. Koss looks heartened for a moment. Somewhat marred by the Orange Fest, you admit. Koss sinks his head into his hands again. Mayor Koss straightens. At least you're still here, he says. And maybe if we stall enough, they'll just go away. Why are you putting your career on the line for me, you say. Koss spreads his hands. Because you can do the impossible for this town. Believe me, if you weren't my official diviner, you'd be on those Inquisitors' wagons by now. Part of you wonders what exactly would be at the end of that road. The Inquisitors didn't seem hostile, exactly. At least the House of the Sun one didn't. Koss takes his leave, and you spend the rest of the evening going through your books to learn more about Inquisitors. In all of your readings, the mages and shapeshifters that the Inquisitors delivered to the cathedral are never heard from again. But nobody seems completely certain whether the captives die or held indefinitely or what. You keep half expecting a pounding at the door, but you have no more visitors that night.
Just a question in the chat as to how we stage returning to town. We do it fucking fabulously, my sibling in Christ.
I mean, yeah, right? Like, this is why Koss is not going to be the romantic interest. Although we should try to hook him up with Tal. The next day is a sermon day. The day of the week.
He's too soft for her.
I mean, is he though? The next day is a sermon day, the day of the week when most people in Ackerton attend a sermon in the morning for either the House of Flame or the House of Sun. You recall Blessed Sam mentioning that the Inquisitors would perform guest sermons. Perhaps attending would be a chance to learn more about their mindsets so that you can get on their good sides later. All you would need is a vivamancy that could disguise your appearance. Of course, being a magician among religious people may have its dangers, even if you are in disguise. Will you go to either sermon? Attend Sam's sermon of mercy in the House of the Sun. Attend Jakob's sermon of condemnation in the House of Flame. Skip town and hide out in Triton. I can't be bothered. I'll stay home and study magic. Unless you make a very convincing point, there is no way that we are going to church.
Absolutely the fuck not. No, I have to stay. I have the N64 to play.
See, I'm thinking bounce. Like, they said that we weren't in town. Don't give any other.
Yeah, I'm into the idea of blowing this joint. Tal's mad at us. We don't have that much attachment to Koss. I'm sure there's a market over in Triton where we can spend all of this lovely, lovely money. Let's fucking boogie.
Yeah. And if that fortune teller gets, inquisitored, not our problem.
Actually, very much is our problem. We were the ones that kind of took her down the garden path of evil, but your problem now, lady.
Look, you know what it was when you got involved. Hoping the Inquisitors are still busy with their sermons, you hitch a ride with the caravan headed for the nearby town of Triton, disguising your appearance with vivamancy to make your escape complete. You brought your tomes of magic to study, partly so that you wouldn't leave them behind as evidence. Your escape goes off without a hitch. For a week, you live out of a dingy rented room in Triton. You spend the time practicing your divination so that you'll know if the Inquisitors come after you. You try scrying everything, but the Inquisitors themselves, hoping for oblique information that will tell you whether they're coming without casting anything direct enough to alert them to your presence. Gain divination. You end up scrying tall repeatedly, figuring that she would do something if you were in danger, which means that she knows exactly where you are. While you're in Triton, you can take advantage of the fact that it's another border town with access to unusual goods. The magical item seller in town is just one gold spectacled middle-aged woman working a faded red tent in their market square. It's not quite the selection of Acroton, nor are the prices quite as good. But they do have some unusual items, and you could also find buyers for things you couldn't sell in Acroton. You examine the magical item seller's goods for sale.
Shopping episode!
Okay. We have 470 gold. We can purchase another ring with an anti-scrying sigil for 70 gold.
Never sell. No, we're keeping our dragon egg. Absolutely not. Not even a fucking chance.
Yeah, like, why is that even an option? It's like, whatever, a ring of camouflage. I do love that we brought the dragon's egg with us. We're like running out of town, trying to go hide. And we're just like, dragon's egg. Gotta grab the dragon's egg.
I would love to see what percentage of players actually choose the sell dragon's egg options, because I would bet you it is sub 5%.
Yeah, I am curious.
This is like when we played that 2-player Ma Tiger adventure.
Yeah.
And one of the choices, if you're not familiar, it's a 2-player interactive fiction where you play a heist, and at a critical point you have to choose whether to save your partner or save the dog. No, I'm saving the dog. 10 to 11 times out of 10, I will save the dog. I will find another narrative and find a dog to save in that story and save the dog.
Yeah, like, it's interesting thinking about like the different way. Like, I'm curious about choice of games. Like, do they track what people choose beyond, like, I mean, this is on Steam, so it's got like data on like the achievements. I guess that's more than enough information on its own, but I wonder, like, does it phone home to like, oh, okay, you chose these things, or if they just kind of like look at it more holistically?
That is a fantastic question that I really wish I knew the answer to, because with an undergrad level social sciences degree, you could probably draw a lot of very interesting conclusions about the gestalt data that comes in as to what romance options people pick, what, kind of characters they tend to play. But at any rate, so I think that our friend in chat is right, 100% anti-scry sigil.
Yeah, totally.
Do we want to just like go whole? Can we wear the bracers and the sparkly outfit at the same time? Do we know?
Well, we have a ring of camouflage. I mean, we could go extra camouflage.
We haven't been playing extremely sneak. We've been playing more like straight wizard than rogue.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I am open to counter arguments.
I mean, we have the 200 gold.
That we certainly do.
Do we have any other bracers on? No. To be fair, I think it's camouflage in like the verb sense, not the adjective sense. We have 400.
What about the pink camo? Oh god, the digit camo.
Yeah.
Tempted to save our money on this one, gang. I mean, I don't
Yeah,
know.
I
I
love
could
it.
see both arguments. Like,
Nah, I'm done with this market. I don't like.
yeah.
I'm terrible with buying things in any game. Like, I
Oh,
just feel
see,
like vendors never have anything I want, except for a scrying. I'm actually kind of concerned about that, to be fair. Like, can we wear two rings at the same time? I don't know.
I mean, I said it was a sigil, right? Or was it a ring marked with a sigil?
Ring marked with the sigil.
Boy. All right. Well, fingers crossed.
Yeah, we'll
With
find
the
out.
two.
It was only 70 gold if it was wasted. It could have been worse, you think? Triton might not have had any market at all, but it did make you miss Akraton a little. You leave the market not expecting to visit the magical item seller again. When Tall rides hard to get to you, you let her find you. In the common room of the inn, Tall greets you with an emphatic hug. Tall, what's wrong? They took Mayor Koss, she says. They realized he was a shapeshifter. Oh no. You suppose Koss wasn't as discreet as he could have been.
Uh,
You've got to help me get him back. You figure you owe it to the man who made you the town wizard. All right, let me get packed. Look, if you put two rings on each finger, and then you can fit an armor ring over all of it, and then wear one of those rings that connects to your bracelet. Holy
no,
cow,
see,
we just knocked through a whole chapter.
doing drugs is great. So if I do all the drugs at the same time, that means it's like the most great, right?
I mean, that is your choice.
That is a humorous metaphor. In absolutely no way, shape, or form is this channel advocating for or encouraging the use of illegal substances.
At least all of the illegal substances at once. Your choice. Your choice is yours. Okay, there are 8 chapters.
But yeah,
Thank you.
like I said, I think that when the plot picks up a bit, they start going a little quicker.
Yeah. I mean, we just knocked out a chapter. It is a little early for our streamer union break, but I need to switch from soda to water because, God, these are a lot of words.
What, you're not on that pure Mountain Dew cocktail? Like a real gamer?
No, I'm on the I desperately had a massive sugar craving, so I bought a bag of Skittles and a cherry vanilla Coke.
I appreciate that about you. That sounded sarcastic. It's genuinely not. I have not had a Skittle in probably 20 years. But you know what? How's the experience?
Oh, I mean, Skittles are top tier. Uh,
Is it classic or like one of the fancy new ones?
oh, I mean, I prefer Wildberry personally. If we want to talk about Skittle choices, I do kind of miss sour Skittles, but they hurt my teeth now.
Oh no,
So
sour candy is the only is like come on. If I had the choice, I would just rail that citric acid powder out of the bottom of a bag of Sour Patch Kids. Yeah. The sour warheads. Oh my God, there is nothing like it. It's like a punch. It's like if candy could punch you in the face.
I don't think I've had a warhead. No, I take that back. One of my roommates bought a Costco size thing of warheads.
That's too many warheads. Say goodbye to the inside of your mouth.
Yeah, no, we had no taste buds, entirely burnt off.
All right.
Yeah, but we're up to chapter 4. If they're all as fast as that one, we could get to chapter 6.
Hey.
They won't all be
Um,
that fast.
yeah,
Or
let's
we'll get distracted.
have a wee, have a drink, uh, do all your things. Shaylin, you are a delight. Please stick around.
Yeah. Just to give you an idea of schedule, Tuesdays is Text Adventure Tuesdays. We play text adventures of various types. If it is 90% text and some kind of adventure, we play it. Fridays is FMV Fridays, where we play FMV games of various types. We just finished up Phantasmagoria, which, JRAM, you need to watch nothing else but the last, like, the ending scene.
The bathroom, my drink is fresh, so I have nothing to do for the next 10 minutes. I know what I will be spending the stream break doing.
And then I don't know what we're doing this Friday. You said Immortality.
Uh, Immortality is art. It is capital A art.
And then Mondays is literally anything else that is somewhat narrative. I am in the death throes of a old style computer RPG, and I have no idea what I'm playing after that. But yeah, we are gonna do a quick break to stretch our legs, get some water, all that fun stuff, and we'll see you in a bit.
Hey.
Enjoy. Okay, we're back. Thank you for hanging out.
So my favorite part of the new House of the Dragon was when Daenerys jumped out of that cake, and it turns out that she was there the whole time. Isn't that crazy?
I know. Are you actually watching House of the Dragon?
Absolutely the fuck not. I am a conscientious objector.
I know you watched at least some of Game of Thrones.
Yeah, it's fun as fuck. I have absolutely no interest in a television series that is explicitly conceived and created to be hashtag content. Nobody wanted it. It's just content.
Fair. The only time I've watched Game of Thrones was with JRAM, to be fair. And most of that was just drunkenly singing along to the theme song.
Peter Dinklage, Peter Dinklage, Peter Dinklage, Peter Dinklage. I have a whole rant about Game of Thrones that I'll spare you. It's a fun piece of art that is not that great. It was great for gathering folks around the television on Sundays, like football for nerds. It's great to hang out on Sundays and watch a TV show with your friends and talk about it. I'm a fan of that experience, not so much fan of the show.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely a show, but I also watch football on Sundays, so
Yeah, but that's not fun. Football don't have dragons. Ooh, tell me about this classic to very bad classic selection. I like both of those things a lot.
ooh. Also,
Wow.
I was gonna be like, well, like, how is a movie that's only 5 years old like a classic? And then I realized what year it was.
Don't think about it. So, sidebar before we get into it, guys, was 99 Dungeons and Dragons good, or do I just love Jeremy Irons?
I like it. I like it a lot. It's very bad. So that probably tells you more. That probably tells you more than anything else. It's I mean,
What's the Flophouse rating scale? A movie I hated, or a movie I like? A movie that was bad, a movie that was fun, bad, or a movie I kind of liked.
I mean, my literal favorite movie of all time, and I will go on recorded record
Oh
saying
boy.
this, is Hudson Hawk.
Ay, that's a choice.
Yeah, yeah. That entire movie is a series of choices, all of them the wrong one, and yet,
All right.
oh my gosh, it
I'm making a
is.
bet here. If we ever get to, let's say, 20 viewers at a time, we actually have an audience. That will be our stretch streamer goal, and I will make you do a defense of Hudson Hawk as a cinematic achievement. Having experienced this movie, I can say that it's not.
It is, to tell you about this movie. It is a movie that was conceived, written, and produced by Bruce Willis at the height of, not even the height of his popularity. It was like he got a little bit of a taste of popularity, and then it was like, nope, time for me to stretch all of my wings as a singer and do a movie with just baffling choices throughout. And
Let's be
oh yes, cut it off at the knees.
Oh no, I was going to say that if I attained the level of celebrity, wealth, and popularity that Bruce Willis had at that point in his career, I would make a self-indulgent movie too. It'd probably be a musical about unicorns. Wait, we already have one of those. Fuck.
But yes, Bruce Willis and Danny Aiello sing their way through. It's a glorious, glorious game. Or movie. It is a bunch of terrible games.
Cinematic experience.
He has 4, count them, 4 albums.
Oh no. Oh no, you're gonna make me Google this, aren't you? All right. While I'm researching Bruce Willis's rock and roll, what's going on, Tal?
Oh, right. We're playing a game. Oh, we have not done Divinity Original Sin. I actually have been desperately looking for all kinds of games to play. I've actually not played Divinity Original Sin. I did not realize it was that new. I always thought of it as like kind of an older game for some reason. I will check that out. I personally love Western RPGs like that. One of the games that I want to return to at some point is Arcanum, which wild game. Very rough around the edges.
Steamworks and Magic Obscura.
Yes.
A foundational text. I would argue that it holds up.
It's it's one of the first computer RPGs that had like action, like non-turn-based combat. And it doesn't quite work. But it's still very enjoyable and has a really, at the time I remember actually liking the story. It has also been a very long time since I've played it.
Guys, I'm not sure if I can handle the raw sensuality of Bruce Willis's wink at me over the course of the ultimate Bruce Willis ultimate
Maybe that should be my ping tuber. Is just Bruce Willis. Ooh.
Ooh, ultimate multiplayer, you say? Okay. Okay.
All right. Yes. This might go. This might go on a Monday stream.
Yeah, Shay Lynn? Shay, how shall I refer to you? Our friend in chat. Yes, I am so fucking in. Hi, hi, hi.
Um.
Shay.
All right. Let's make some more progress here.
Let's do
On
it.
the third night of our trip, Tal asked to have a chat with you about something important. Most of your trip has been full of goofing around after the initial shock of Cass's capture wore off, and so you're surprised at Tal's change in tone. Okay, I'm ready, you say. Are you dating Cass? Tal says. How did you know? You say. Just from the way you talk about him, Tal says. You're okay with his being a shapeshifter? Of course. You say, why wouldn't I be? Tal shrugs. I don't know. Some people think they're untrustworthy. Always lying. Tal blushes furiously at her slip. Oh man, I can't believe I just said that. Tal, it's probably time you knew that you've made slips like that before. I've known for a long time that you're a shapeshifter. Oops. Tal says, blushing intensely. Oops. You can trust me, Tal. I know. I should have told you long ago. I'm sorry. Tal takes a deep breath. Anyway, now that you know Cass's secret, you've got to protect it, okay? And protect him. Just because the church knows doesn't mean everybody knows. A shapeshifter's spouse typically goes a whole life without outing their partner. Tal looks wistful for a moment. Of course, usually someone else does the betraying first. We're not married just yet, you point out, but I'll keep his secret safe, and yours too. Tal gratefully gives you a hug. You're a good person, Qux. Increased Tal relationship. I have questions, of course, you say. Tal puts a finger to your lips. Word to the wise, she says. You probably can't ask any of the questions you want to without being offensive. Just be our ally and all will be revealed in due time. You nod. Got it, you say. As you make your way towards the capital, you spare a thought for that inquisitor you turned into a tortoise back in the sunken academy ruins.
Yeah, we hadn't done that.
Where did he go? Did he try walking all the way back to the cathedral? Perhaps he's arrived, but it's still in the process of delivering his report. That would make a nice distraction. After a week's journey north, crossing the river Nemos, and making your way through the Crown Mountains via Cat's Pass, you see the ancient spires of Edra, capital of the city of Irania. You have always thought Akraton itself old, but it is another thing entirely to see tall stone monuments that have weathered 2,000 years. The towers you can see from a distance reflect a variety of changing architectural tastes over the centuries, from minarets wrapped with spiral staircases to bulbous onion domes. These odd structures are often patched with several shades of newer clay and plaster. 3 towers of the cathedral stand taller than the rest, one containing an ever-burning flame that symbolizes the House of Flame, another containing a mirrored orb that symbolizes the House of the Sun, and a third bell tower that rises above either of these, adorned with a golden eye of Abraxas. Even the weathered gray domes of the Queen's palace stand somewhat shorter than any of these. We won't have any trouble finding the place, Tal murmurs, looking at the 3 towers of the cathedral. A steady river of people and wagons moves in and out of the city's south gate, under the watch of guards and plate mail stationed atop a huge iron portcullis. You and Tal pass through the gate without incident. Would you like to do any shopping in the capital before heading to the cathedral? Since the laws against magic are more strictly enforced here, you're unlikely to find anything magical, but their selection of other items should be good. There's an interesting pet store here as well, but you think it would be impractical to acquire a new pet just before going on a stealthy mission.
Pets. We can get a pet. We can get a pet, though.
Well, we could get weapons and armor. We could get better clothes. We could go book shopping. Yes, I wish to go to X so pious, very churchly supplies. No, I don't want to waste any time. Let's go to the cathedral. So we cannot pick up a pet yet.
Hate it. Well, we already look fly as hell. We're not using our melee skills or physical fighting. I guess we could use a book.
Yeah, I was thinking books or churchly supplies. It might. The shops of Booksellers Lane are delightful. You haven't seen so many books in one place since the Sunken Academy's library. Of course, a modern bookstore isn't allowed to have any magical texts, so you reduce your expectations appropriately. Signs in each shop tell you that open flames are forbidden inside. The old scorch marks in the wood tell you that these signs have been disregarded in the past. The shop owners seem nervous around Tal, who sullenly sticks her nose in a tome to show she can be bookish too. You have a mental list of titles that you've always wanted to read, but you find that books about magic are nowhere to be found. In fact, it seems every book containing any kind of long word in its title is all but absent. But the books you wanted with relatively innocuous titles are still in stock. Do you want to buy one? Oh, okay. We have a history of the neighbors. These are expensive books. A history of the neighbors, stories of the saints, church and state, how to fix anything, beneath our feet, and rot. We only have 400 gold.
None of these sound all that promising.
Beneath our feet sounds interesting.
Oh, that's probably some kind of treasure map to the underground, right?
Ooh, maybe. And yeah, definitely how to fix anything sounds interesting too.
So I'm going to guess that History of the Neighbors will probably increase our ancient history stat. Stories of the Saints, no idea. Church and State, no idea. But How to Fix Everything is definitely automation. Beneath Our Feet is question mark, maybe a treasure map. But Rot, what I was getting to is how to fix the inherent organ distress that using our glamour magic causes.
Oh, interesting. Well, we have 400 gold. Is that what we want to spend our gold on?
I mean, that's a lot of money, though.
On the other hand, understanding that might be better. This is what I'm saying. These choices actually are good choices.
It's incredibly well crafted. I vote Beneath Our Feet. Fuck it.
Okay. I'm open to really any of them. I'm curious what any of it does.
I think the rot only becomes a concern if you use the if you make glamour magic your main weapon of choice, because then your insights start liquefying.
Got it.
But we haven't done too much of that yet.
No, it's not even our highest one.
Roll a
Um,
d6.
yeah. Uh, 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 beneath our feet sounds like treasure.
Here, actually, I kind of like the idea of leaving it to the dice. Oh, well, no, fair enough.
Yeah,
Let's
too
do it.
late.
Oh, it's the negation one.
Oh,
Sick.
interesting. This book's unassuming title hides an extensive treatise on the dark sun at the heart of the earth. Though lore has it that the dark sun is the place where souls of sinners go to be tormented, the author treats the dark sun as just a natural phenomenon, albeit one full of raw magical power. When the heat of the dark sun melts the rock of the earth's crust, it creates magma, which can surface in the form of lava from volcanoes or toxic clouds of negative energy. The author also asserts that the dark sun contains convection currents that are slowly pushing around the continents above, rearranging the geography of the world. You're skeptical of the author's claims about continents being pushed around, but you may pay a bit more attention the next time you draw on the dark sun's energy to see whether you can feel its current and somehow ride its flow. Gain negation. Lost 300 gold. I mean, but that's the thing too. Like, part of the enjoyment of making choices is like that you don't know how to min-max it. I think that's pretty fun, actually. I want to see what's in this store. We don't need to buy anything per se. You visit X So Pious, very churchly supplies, a dingy establishment with crudely drawn eyes, flames, and suns covering the store's facade. When you enter the dark store, you smell a thick, herbal sort of smell that you associate with the places of Akraton where rebellious teens hang out. As your eyes adjust, you realize the windows are high, tiny slits, too thin and elevated for anyone to see in or out either way. The wares of this store look like religious gear at first. There are books of Abraxas for sale, spare Inquisitor outfits, incense, and so on, but you're not sure why all the labels have quotation marks like that. Then it dawns on you that this shop sells rather different goods than it might first appear. Tull looks vaguely amused at all of it. Would you like to know more about any of the goods? Says the somewhat greasy man with a glistening wax mustache behind the counter. We have 100 gold.
Uh,
Okay, we can ask about the quick acting incense of the pilgrim's journey. We can ask about the blessed man's ash. And ask about the saint's garb.
this is sounding dangerously like we're gonna impersonate a church officer, which I'm not down with.
We have 100 gold. What's the incense? Is there something special about the quick acting incense of the pilgrim's journey? You ask. The shop owner slams his fists on the counter. For the last time, it doesn't get you high. To himself, he mutters, I really need to change that sign.
That's pretty good.
Okay. So, nothing special? I didn't say that. It's really smoky, see? And quick acting. So if you find yourself needing to make a quick journey away from someone, that's what it's for. He raises a warning finger, but there's only enough for one use, and it goes bad after a few days. Also, don't smoke it. I even put something in there that makes you feel kind of bad, because I was tired of the stupid kids coming around. Tull snorts, earning a suspicious look from the shopkeeper. Sorry, she says. I see, you say with a grin. So, Pilgrim's Journey. It's clever, the shop owner insists.
This is 100% the Rugchuk, and I love it.
All right, now I'm curious.
Yeah, let's look at these items.
Ask about the blessed man's ash. Is there something special about the ash? Yeah, you ever try to coat yourself with regular ash from the fireplace? Doesn't work too good, right? You spend forever trying to get enough of it, then it just makes you gray, and you smell like a campfire. Not too great. But this is premium ash from the Teltata tree. Odorless, and it really makes your skin black. Even people who say, but my skin's black already, I say try it. It's a whole different color. Fulligan, I'd say. That's a word I made up that means blacker than black. At least, I think I made it up. You prompt. So the reason it's the ash of the blessed man is any day you don't get caught, you're blessed. The shop owner says with gusto, like he's delivering a great punchline. He is really too enamored of his own mediocre wit. Tal shrugs at you. Could be useful for blending into the shadows, like he says. All right, what's this saint's garb? You point to one of the white cows hanging from a coat rack. Is there some kind of trick to this saint's garb? Oh, no, I just got carried away with the quotation marks there, says Eck. Each of those literally belong to a saint. Honestly, it's sort of hard to sell those, but my supplier gets them for free, so it's all upside in that sense.
Oh, this is very good. This is all extremely good.
I want something.
We're already quite well camouflaged, I think, with our ring, so I don't think we need the ash. Are we planning to impersonate a saint?
Are we not planning to?
Counterpoint. We already have a cool outfit, but we don't have a smoke bomb. Let's see if we can go check out the other stores. I feel like we can probably come back to these when we're ready to spend our money.
Yeah, we can. It's a clothing store and a weapons and armor store.
Let's check out the clothes. I mean, we already have a fly-ass outfit, but never hurts to window shop.
No, we can't even buy it. The finest tailors in the capital have only one or two elaborate pieces in their storefront windows, as they assume their work will always be custom. You're in a bit of a rush, so you find a shop that advertises all its outfits as ready to go with free alterations. As soon as you enter the store, Tall's eyes glaze over. You think she's been dragged into one of too many of these by her window shopping mother. What sort of outfit were you looking for? You can have any of these for 300 gold. Well, darn, I was kind of hoping for the fanciest outfit I can buy.
Can we go back and sell our book and buy a fucking fly outfit?
No. Let's get the smoke bomb.
Yeah.
You purchase the incense, hoping that it might provide a distraction to the guards in the cathedral. The shop owner hands you a black globe and tells you it can be used once by hurling it at the ground. That sounds even less like incense and more like a smoke bomb than you thought. That's more or less the use you had in mind anyway. All right, I'm ready to head to the cathedral.
Let's rock.
Hopefully the mine, when we come back to town, we can be like, stop by the mine. Let's get like a couple hundred gold. The cathedral is a huge stone building that has been ravaged by the elements for 2,000 years. Some of the old stone statues of saints in their niches have been scoured to mere lumps. The stone people forming the flying buttresses have had their faces entirely worn down to smooth surfaces. Above it all are, on the left, the ever-burning flame in the Tower of the House of Flame. On the right, the reflective orb in the Tower of the House of Sun. and looming over both, the Tower of Abraxas, tipped with a wrought iron Eye of Abraxas. These towers are taller than any other building in the capital, including the royal palace itself. Your crude iron ring with the engraving of the crossed-out eye begins to glow warmly. Someone is perpetually watching the cathedral's environs with divination magic. On the trip up, you had cast a divination to learn the best way into the cathedral's basement, and you saw a path around the right side of the cathedral, near the tower of the House of Sun, that went inside through a kitchen and down some stairs. But now there are guards and a suspended rope blocking access to the nearby alley. You suspect someone may have sensed your divination. How will you get through? Animate Noodles and get him to distract the guards. What's Noodles?
Tallest pet monkey.
Right.
Or stuffed monkey.
Cast a glamour and convince those guards to let us pass. Convince the guards to let us pass with my natural charm. Sneak right past the guards. Drop the smoky incense and run past the guards. Find another way in.
Okay. So we're definitely not using our smoke bomb.
No. Yeah, for sure.
Are we sneaky enough to sneak past the guard? Are we more charming or more sneaky at this point?
Equal. We have a 4 in each. We have not gained skills in a while. Let me say this. We do have the Ring of Camouflage.
Yep.
I think sneaking's the right call. Or we animate Noodles and get them to distract the guards.
All right. That also, I'm going to put my vote behind that because that is clearly the funniest option.
Yeah, let's do that. Mind if Noodles does the distracting? You ask Tall. Increased humor. Sounds like that'd be up his alley, Tall says. She gives you an expectant look. You're thinking that it's a joke because it's an alley we're trying to get into. You observe. It's not funny if you explain it, Tall says. Anyway, I get it. Noodles is more entertaining than me. Sure. In a nearby alley, you cast a spell to animate Noodles. Electron potens, simia vita simulacra. Lightning flashes from sky to you to monkey, and the monkey stretches as if it's waking up. Think you could provide a distraction to those guys over there, you ask, pointing to the 2 guards in the cathedral alley. The monkey peers around the corner, then nods enthusiastically. A moment later, Noodles is running in front of the alley with floppy arms flailing above its head. What the? Says the first guard, lightly armored in chainmail. The plate-armored guard next to him shrugs. To emphasize the point, Noodles runs back the other way again, floppy arms still flailing overhead. The lightly armored guard runs after the stuffed monkey. The second guard in plate mail mutely shrugs again and heavily lopes after them, clanking all the while. You and Tall hurry into the alley. Tall looks around. Can we wait for... Tall begins before she can say Noodles. The monkey does a backflip from the nearby fence into the alley and sticks the landing. Arms spread as if accepting applause, the monkey bows to real and imagined audience alike. You're such a ham, Tal says fondly, patting the monkey's head. You proceed deeper into the alley until you get far in the back and find a door in the side of the building. You return Noodles to sleep again to slightly reduce the chaos in your operation and proceed to try the door. Yeah, I hope that worked. So because I've played a lot of text adventures where in like especially classic text adventures and things like that, like death is just one bad action away. I'm waiting for the shoe to drop. But also, I'm thinking about this with other choice of games. And I don't think you get there's not many like absolute lose states. The door is unlocked and you enter a kitchen area, which is still abandoned, as your divination had suggested. Behind what looks like a plain closet door, you find some stairs leading down, again matching your vision. The stairs lead down to a network of ancient stone corridors, better described as dungeon than church basement. The stone here may well be older than the stone in the Magic Academy you explored. Certainly it's not as well preserved, but it also smells dank and is full of algal puddles that have crept in from no discernible place. Your anti-divination ring begins to glow still more warmly here. Physically, it's a pleasant sensation. The ring seems to convert the divination energy into a warm energy that renews your body. But you're now quite certain someone is trying to watch you. At least you think they're failing. The purple fungus in this ancient passage has no doubt been absorbing minute amounts of negative energy from the dark sun over the years, building resistance to its toxic nature all the while. With a scraper from your alchemy kit, you gather some of the fungus and make a potion that can increase your control and resistance to negative energy. I'm pretty sure you don't know where that slime has been, Tal warns as you down the last of the potion. On finishing, you feel less afraid of the dark sun and more able to control its powers. Gain negation. What has that done to our negation? It's still the bottom. Okay. You set off in the direction that your divination foretold would lead to Mayor Qux. It's rather quiet down here. You sense that you're in a part of the cathedral that doesn't see much use. You also hope that the quiet means you haven't caught the attention of anyone important just yet. You reach a block of cells, and you look through the eye-shaped barred space at the top of each door until you find Qux. He's wearing a dirty orange vest and breeches and is currently asleep. His signature utility belt is gone. Despite his dirty appearance, you're overjoyed to see your lover alive and well. How do you want to get in? Well, we can pick the lock with automation, blast the door with negation, or rot the wooden door with vivimancy. I think rotting the door sounds the most interesting.
Or no, vivimancy. All right.
Are you back from the ether, JRM?
I have found my backup headphones. I probably sound... My sonorous tones are probably... Honestly, this is a better microphone, so maybe a little better?
Yeah, I mean, you always sound wonderful, so...
Plus 10. Correct answer.
Tantalus potest, masticare omnia in via. You draw on the life of the surrounding dungeon and use it to bolster the living things within the old wooden door, urging them to grow and eat faster. The dank smell of algae takes on a new aggressiveness, and the door disintegrates before your eyes. Gain vivimancy. I am so glad to see you, Mayor Qux says, rubbing his eyes. Both of you. Tal looks pleased to see Qux as well. Increased Tal relationship. Well, now that we've found you, we're going to get out of here, Tal says. She looks to you. Unless you wanted to explore down here more, The ancient stuff does seem to be your kind of thing. You can think of a few good reasons to stay down here. To look for imprisoned mages, or to explore the ancient rooms in this dungeon that are rumored to contain the cathedral's secrets. Perhaps Tall could escort Koss to safety. For that matter, as a shapeshifter, Mayor Koss may be able to just sneak out alone. You think Tal and Koss would go along with any plan, though Koss would probably prefer to leave now.
So I was AFK for just a moment. How did we end up in the spooky catacombs?
That was the result of going down into the we set the monkey to go distract the guards, and the monkey backflipped its way into our arms.
And our hearts.
Yes.
Yeah, you've got a point there, Shay. I chose Koss as the romantic relationship mostly because I love sweet nerds, but the story does kind of want you to romance him, huh?
I mean, we could always give it to I mean, I kind of want to hook up Tall and Koss personally.
I feel like Tall is too like badass for him.
So if there's anything I learned from too much playing or too much watching of Scooby-Doo, it's that you don't split up, gang. That's when bad things happen. So I think we should explore the cathedral together.
Scooby-Doo style.
I still want to find any other captured mages down here and maybe learn a little bit more about the church, you say. And we'll have a better chance of surviving if we all stick together. Tal and Koss exchange a less than pleased look. Well, it's possible we'll learn something that could be used to present-day society down here, Koss says slowly. But you can tell he'd prefer just to get out of here. Decrease Koss relationship. Could be treasure, Tall reluctantly admits. Oh, wait, we're in someone's basement, so it's actually stealing. Decrease Tall relationship. Tall and Koss reluctantly agree to accompany you on your exploration. You and your party continue down the dungeon corridor. Scratched into the stone of the corridor's floor is the word Purgatory. To your disappointment, most of the cells are empty. Perhaps the occupants have proceeded on to whatever comes after Purgatory. Regardless, you find one mage still sleeping in his cell on a shabby straw pallet. You recognize the black velvet robes of a student at the University of Edra, which imitate the wizard robes of the magic academies of old, despite the university's mundane teachings. Despite incarceration, the student has the clean sheen of someone who has rarely known hardship. His black hair uses some kind of gel to maintain a perfectly poised pompadour. His jaw is strong and adorned with a fairly flattering stubble. Currently, he's smiling sardonically at something in his dream. Even lying down and hidden in voluminous black student robes, you can tell he works out and is rather tall. He probably played for a ball game team of some kind. His black leather shoes retain a surprising amount of polish, you suppose because he hasn't walked anywhere since his capture. You have a strong sense that this student does not belong here. Koss morphs the nail of one finger into a chitin lockpick and morphs the other into a chitin torque bar. He quickly picks the lock for you and pushes the door open.
Two things. Thing one, morphing your fingernail into a key is awesome. Thing two, mentally casting this guy as a young Alan Cumming? Any objections?
None here.
Hell yeah.
The young man opens his eyes. Oh, what is thing 3?
Oh, there's no thing 3. I'm just thinking about Alan Cumming, as you do sometimes.
Why was Koss locked up? Because he's a shapeshifter. Oh, but he could just pick the lock?
Oh shit, that's an incredible point. What the hell, man? God helps those who help themselves, motherfucker.
I mean, he was under guard. Like...
Soft boy.
The young man opens his eyes. Did my parents send you? He says eagerly. Am I getting out of here? He looks not much younger than you, but sounds still younger than that. Sitting up, the young student reveals that his wrists are bound, presumably to prevent the casting of spells. His legs aren't bound, though. What do you say to the student? Your parents didn't send me. What's your name? Where did all the cowboys go? Why are you still here? What sort of magic got you captured? Oh, I really... Okay, I've asked enough questions. I free the student from his bonds. I don't trust the student. I leave him in the cell.
Emit.
You want to talk to him?
Why is there an NPC here if we can't talk to him?
I mean, fair. Let's hold back that we're a mage. Let's get his name, though. Wizard Vance, the young student says with forced confidence. Did your mayor grant you that title? Koss asks. Now Vance turns embarrassed. My mayor would still probably call me Vance Howson. But sometimes people get titles just because everyone else calls them that, right? What else would you like to say to Vance? Where have all the cowboys gone?
Mm-hmm.
There was a Judgment Day just a few days ago, Vance says. I don't know much about it. The Inquisitors just said everyone was headed for heaven or hell, and they'd have to decide which one they wanted. Most of them left yelling and screaming, and it seems like they all went the same direction. Vance ducks his head out of the cell and gestures with bound hands. That way. The way to hell, presumably, you say, whatever that is. Vance nods and holds up his brown wrists. So, you have to get me out of here. You can't leave me for the next one of those purges. I'm not sure I can talk my way out of the next one. Why are you still here? I sort of bluffed my way through it, Vance says. They'd only captured me a little before, and I told them it was illegal for the church to capture the son of a magistrate. It sort of makes sense that a law like that would exist, right? Can't have the church exercising undue power over the judiciary. If only there was some kind of reasonable law that kept the church from pushing around any politician it pleases, Koss says, rubbing his chafed wrists. But it doesn't work that way. Well, anyway, it worried enough Inquisitors that they decided to put my judgment off till next time, Vance says. I think they also had some hopes that I was young and impressionable or some shit like that, and that they could bring me around to save me from hell. So it could have been that, too. He shrugs. What sort of magic got you captured?
Hell yeah.
A professor at the university turned me in, Vance grumbles. It was a professor I liked, too. I was just curious what he did outside the university, you know? Seemed like an interesting person. So you spied on him, Tall says. Vance looks sheepish. Well, it gets worse. The professor was writing an exam at the time I scried and thought I was not just using magic, but using magic to cheat. So He went to the Inquisitors. Noting your skepticism, Vance says, I wasn't trying to cheat. I was always a good student, even before I found the divination book. Swear to Abraxas or whatever. Vance gestures around the cell. Besides, usually nothing ever happens to cheaters at the university. But use magic, and suddenly you're thrown in a fucking dungeon. So, what happened next? You prompt. Well, then the Inquisitors raided my room. They just burst down the door and grabbed me, without even giving me time to change out of my stupid academic robes. Sounds familiar. And that's how they found my Book of Divination, Vance says. A gift from my father, who didn't realize what it was. He just knew it was old and thought I could practice reading the ancient tongue with it. And they confiscated that book. Yes, but I didn't see where they put it. I threatened legal action if they didn't show me. Can you take me there? He holds up his bound wrist. And maybe do something about this, too? What else would you like to say to Vance? Jerem, how much should we trust this dude?
I mean, he strikes me as just a clueless rich kid. I don't think he's a danger. He might be a liability.
Yeah, all right. We're sure about that?
I mean, I'm willing to be outvoted.
No, the whole point of going on this mission was to free mages, and he's the only one who was not killed. Oh, and we got an achievement. We freed the student from the cathedral dungeon. You cut Vance free of his bonds. Oh, thank you, says Vance. Oh, and we increased his relationship. He gives you an enthusiastic hug. Yeah, encourage Vance to come with us. Let's just keep adding to this party. This isn't going to go badly. Would you like to join us as we explore this place? You ask Vance. That sounds amazing, Vance says. The young mage glances down the corridor outside the cell. I think there's some kind of impressive library down here somewhere. I'd love to see if they have any magical books. Increase Vance's relationship. Sounds familiar, Tall says, regarding you with a wry grin. You continue down the block of cells in the direction that Vance recalls the mages were taken on Judgment Day. Along the way, you come to a locked metal door on the left-hand side. You cast a spell of automation to unlock the door, and electricity courses through it until you hear the snick of the lock turning. Gained automation. Nice. Vance looks at you with awe as the last of the electricity courses through the door. Think perhaps he has never seen another mage cast a spell before. Increase Vance's relationship. You smile to yourself, recalling how new all of this was to you not so long ago. Vance dashes inside. My stuff! Inside the room, you find a trove of items taken from prisoners, including Costa's utility belt and Vance's treasured book of magic. Vance hugs his old book of divination to his chest lovingly. You wonder what it would feel like to have only one book of magic and to have it taken from you. Costa's relief as he ties his own utility belt around his waist is palpable. He takes a broadsword from a pile of weapons. Vance continues to search through the room, then says worriedly, Anybody see his staff tipped with a blue gem? You don't see anything like that. Nobody does. That could be bad if they've taken it for themselves, Vance says. What does it do? You ask. Negation magic stuff.
Shit.
I've never cast any negation magic without it, so I probably shouldn't try now. We'll look for it as we explore, you promise Vance. He picks up a plain quarterstaff to use as a weapon instead. How did you come across such a thing, anyway? You ask. Vance shrugs. Bought it. I wanted to try negation magic, so I bought some good equipment. You see Tal shoot Vance an extremely annoyed glance. A novice buying ridiculously expensive equipment to start a hobby does seem like the sort of thing that would vex Tal. There aren't many other items in the room, and you suspect this is just a temporary holding place for the goods of the incarcerated. All the other leftovers must be the usual detritus that accumulates in any lost and found. You gather the items that look the most valuable. Gained 324 gold. I don't know if we can Fossy it up. Diviner Qux, would you be willing to teach me magic? Vance says this as you're about to leave the room. You're the only mage I know, and this is what I want to do with my life. I don't want to study dry academic stuff at the university. I want to make magic. Touches the door handle, saying with wonder, you just unlocked that door like it was nothing. I wouldn't even know where to start. You must be so clever, or you wouldn't have even gotten down here, and kind, because you rescued me. So, please? He doesn't waste any time, Tal says wryly. Are we going to have to change your title to Professor? Koss jokes.
I kind of like this kid. I kind of like this kid despite of myself, but I do want to milk his rich parents for all they're worth.
All right. That's fair. And like, it would be a total lie if we were like, I'm not interested in taking on an apprentice right now.
Oh,
I have
minions.
my own students.
I want minions. I want all of the minions.
But like, yeah, all right. Tell your parents that you cost 1,000 each. Oh gosh, I didn't think that would work. Increase calculation. Okay, Vance says, excited. Apparently this is no problem at all. Of course he can afford it, Tal mutters with a roll of his eyes. Her eyes. Of course his parents are obviously supportive. I hope this means that your parents will visit Akraton and see all the great things we have to offer, Koss says, having decided to play the mayor again. You now leave the storage room and continue down the corridor. Vance looks newly chipper, imagining his future as your apprentice. Okay, Tal does have daddy issues. There is a good reason. Her dad was captured by the Inquisitors when she was a child.
Because of us.
Yeah, because of us. It was our fault. That was actually a choice that we could make. We were like kids. It was a mistake.
Very much.
But it was a choice that we could make. I forget the other choices.
It was our fault that she lost her eye. It was our fault her father died. Or it was our fault that her family is homeless. I forgot the third one.
Yeah, it was something like that. Stone gargoyles stand watch over the heavy pair of iron doors at the end of the corridor. Two unlit braziers stand to either side of the doors. Someone had used negation magic to burn the word "run" into the stone floor at the threshold, but someone else used negation magic to cross this out and write "repent" instead. So all the mages went in here, Tal says. She tries pulling a handle. Seems unlocked. I strongly suspect the mages who went in there did not come back. Koss says, are you sure we want to follow them? I do have a town to get back to. I could cast divination and look for a secret passage. Vance says, surely if there's a path to hell, there's a path to heaven. Oh no. Okay. We were talking about Dungeons and Dragons before. If this were Dungeons and Dragons, you just open the door, walk in. I mean, that's fine. Other options. Let Vance cast a divination to look for another path. I don't trust this kid at all. I'll cast a divination to look for another path. I don't know if I trust me at all. And then let's just sneak around and look for secret passages.
We're pretty sneaky with our camouflage ring, but I'm not sure if that translates to, like, perception, right?
I don't want to cast a spell as much as, like, possible.
Yeah, let's go ahead and say option 3 is right out. I'm open to option 2. Mr. Big Wizard Man wants to be a grown-up wizard. Sure.
Yeah, no, I don't trust his abilities.
Alright, so we kick down the door, or we try to sneak around and look for an alt route.
Sneak. I kind of agree. Check for traps.
Sneak.
Yeah. It just sounds like... I mean... would be fun.
Funny. It would not be fun.
And I mean, you say first you check for traps. I have run a rogue and never checked for traps, ever. And just opened things. You sneak around the basement, looking for some other way to go besides the intimidating room at the end of the corridor. You look in cells, poke at walls, and try to do all this as stealthily as you can. The most promising room in the vicinity is small, about the size of the other cells, except that in the center of this one there's a small square altar with an unlit candle on each of its corners. A gilt eye of Abraxas is on a small stand, adorning the center of the altar. Must be a secret passage, Vance says. Let's see. Vance kneels at the altar, and the stone wall at the back of the small room slides open. Ha! Easy. To your surprise, the corridor behind is well lit by globes set in the ceiling that emit a warm yellow light. The floor has a red carpet, and oil paintings of saints decorate the walls. Tal surprises you by also kneeling at the altar to pray before you proceed to the next room. Her prayer is brief and silent, and when she gets up, she looks at you as if nothing unusual has happened. What? I'm not sure I knew you were religious, you say. Everyone's a little religious, Tal says, right? Koss and Vance exchange a dubious look. Koss pauses before the altar to examine the device that triggered the mechanism, but he doesn't seem very interested in it as a religious icon. You continue down the secret corridor to its end. There, stone angels encircle a simple wooden door. The door is unlocked, so you push it open. The circular, domed room you now enter looks like a vision of heaven, with a gilded throne standing on a dais in the center, and a mural encircling the room depicting Cloud City full of angels. The room is awash in soft light from a giant orb suspended by a gilded rod from the dome above, similar to those you saw in the Magical Academy, but better dusted. An ablutionary font stands to one side of the throne. The water inside looks fresh. To the other side is a stand with a flask of gin and a tray of cookies, both of the kind commonly used for ending sacred fasts. This place is for some kind of initiation, Koss says, examining the ablutionary font, and it's surely still in use. This water can't have been standing more than a month. I heard rumors about this place, Vance says. Some of the mages were arguing. One said heaven was a real place and he was going there. The others said it was a lie the church told mages to get them to cooperate. Vance shrugs. I guess it's real, but a little underwhelming. I'm not thirsty, I don't want cookies, and we can't take the throne, so I say we move on, Tall says. Which way, fearless leader? There are 2 exits to the room in addition to the open entrance you came through. The stone frieze above the door to your left depicts a row of books, like a stone bookshelf. The stone frieze above the door directly across from you depicts an eye of Abraxas.
I mean, I always want to go to the library.
I mean, sorry, I'm catching up on your DM conversation. I was never good at traps as a DM. So our choices are: take a moment to pray at the ablutionary font. Absolutely not. I wreck this phony place. That sounds like a bad call. Enter the door with a frieze depicting books. Enter the door with a frieze depicting the Eye of Abraxas. Cast a divination. Yeah, let's just go books.
Yeah, that's my vote. Also, the trick of the worse they roll, the more interested they get in the red herring is extremely good. I've always said that the beauty of D&D, it is the best way to bully your friends in a loving way, without consequences. You can just fuck with them, and it's hilarious.
Ooh. Wait. See, and this is why I like having chat, especially for games like this. Like, puzzle games are great because people, like, either tell you the answer or work the answer out with you. But that is intriguing. And destroying their scrying source? I don't know. I like that too much. Nah.
Yeah. Even if so, the risk for choosing the eye is that it's just like church, right? Because the eye of Abraxas is the like, but even if it's just church, the idea that we could get the hot gas that we can spy on all the characters and miss it, nah, no. Let's choose the eye.
Yeah, wise. Beyond the door, this is also why I like playing games with you, and I am very happy that, well, while I am enjoyed the fact that you went on vacation, I'm very happy that you are back from vacation.
Interject an out of character. That's a weird way to say that. A buddy of mine is asking if we're going to be around for a while and might join into the text adventure fun. Shall I invite him, or are we going to wrap up within the next like half hour?
Oh.
I got some in me, but I also am on an earlier time zone than most folks here, I think. Fuck it.
Yeah, probably got like 45 minutes.
All right, cool. Let's see how this goes. Hell yeah.
Not a school night. Yeah.
Oh.
Beyond the door, marked with an eye, is a room full of crystals. And at its center, a man or man-like creature dressed in the white robe of a saint who has several extra eyes on stalks growing from his head. There are no other exits the room. The strange man seems preoccupied with all the images in the crystals and has failed to notice you thanks to your anti-divination ring. A crystal near the one showing the heavenly room you just left is slightly cloudy. You realize it's a crystal for this very room and that your ring is subtly interfering with it. Yeah, you did.
Fucking awesome. Oh, this is amazing. Okay, so we definitely can't stab. We have no combat. I want to talk to it.
Oh, is that a good idea? I mean,
it's probably an extremely bad idea, but I still want to do it.
Yeah, so our 4 choices are back out without a fight, stab the thing to death, try to get his attention so we can talk, send a bolt of negative energy flying his way. Yeah.
And come on.
Yeah, let's talk to horrible man. Excuse me, you say. You now have the Watcher's attention. He doesn't please to be surprised. Black flames of negative energy surge up his body and he raises a finger to point at you. Nihilo! The creature shouts in its deep baritone, and a dark bolt races from his finger to blast the ground in front of you. This warning shot blows a crater as wide as the doorway in the stone floor. The resulting purple and black negative energy cloud between you means that you can only vaguely see his nest of eyes through the fallout. I am the Watcher, and you should not be here, the being booms. Go wait in the next room for the Hierophant. He then murmurs something under his breath. Most blessed. You can't quite hear the rest, but you think he said something to the Hierophant. You think you see tendrils of glowing negative energy curl around the man, shining through the cloud. It seems dangerous to proceed further here. Will do. I'll do as I told, waiting in the next room for the Hierophant. Will do, but I try sneaking into the library, willfully misinterpreting next room. I try blasting the Watcher through the cloud with negation, try rushing the Watcher through the cloud with my sword.
This game keeps giving us options to beat things up while understanding that our arms are noodles.
Yeah.
I vote too.
Which one?
I vote too.
Yeah. I think our chance to blast him with anything was when he was distracted. But we could be assholes about it.
There's probably some cool stuff in that library.
Sorry, you say, shutting the door on the Watcher. You edge through the door with the freeze of the books over it. Just going into the next room here. Increased humor. The Watcher doesn't come out blasting, and so you proceed to slip away. Through the doorway is a huge library, easily the equal of the one you found back in the Sunken Magic Academy. The room smells extremely musty, and while there are a few tomes that look relatively new, most look as though they might crumble at the touch. The orderly rows are labeled in the tongue of the ancients. You can make out sections marked theology, heresy, history, and miracles, and there are probably more that you don't immediately see. Down the central aisle of this library is another door with a stone frieze above it. This one's stone artwork depicts a closed treasure chest. The light in this room is a pleasant, steady glow. You look up and see that the room is lit by the same kind of magical orbs within suspended bowls that lit the sunken academy. But these are well tended to, with no trace of dead insects or even dust. This room is still in use, you are certain. As you're considering which aisle of the books to explore first, a stone door slams down beside you. Behind you, blocking the entrance and sealing you and your party inside. Your fingers scrabble at the door as you tug, but it's suddenly shut. Then there's a hissing noise as some kind of blue gas begins to fill the library. Seems bad, Tall says, looking around nervously. No. I am so done with being locked overnight in libraries. Vance says, whatever that might mean.
It's just like a Buffy character.
A little bit. Where is the mechanism making that sound? Koss says, looking around. Or maybe mechanisms plural? As you're wondering what to do, you receive a vision of the fortune teller from town who you taught magic, Seer Marie, seated behind her fortune-telling table. Apparently, she chose this moment to become curious about you and check in with you with a divination. You briefly hear her thoughts in her head. Oh gosh, I don't remember what my Seer Marie voice is. Oh no.
I love that we get this bit of bonus text just because, like, 3 chapters ago, we chose to make one incidental choice with this lady. This game is so well crafted. I love it.
Listen, there are things my cards say you should know. There's a prayer, but you don't know the words. The Queen of Storms is in her element here. The student doesn't understand how little vivomancy he knows. Beware the chest that ate the student's prize. In the south wall, a secret door leads to a false god. The Aerophant is coming. You sense the teller is smiling. Free of charge. Thanks for everything. Then the vision is no more. Rad. Oh God. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about mimics. Okay. There's a prayer, but you don't know the words.
The student does not understand little vivimancy he knows. Okay.
In the south... Oh, my God.
Oh, that is a mimic. Fuck me. Alright. Well, we're not particularly religious, so you probably shouldn't pray.
Yeah, I think...
Okay, let's be a tardigrade.
That only helps us, though.
Oh shit, yeah, you're right. Yeah. I mean, so save ourselves or risk ourselves and save the rich kid?
We're here to save everybody.
Even the Penn students?
Yes. You raise your left hand and point your right towards one of the sources of the hissing noise. Then you hesitate. There seem to be several sources for the noise, and you should probably try to triangulate to find the central mechanism controlling all of them. You run around the library a little bit. What on earth are you doing? Tall asks. Procellas captionem detrahire arma. You shout, with one hand raised and the other pointing straight down at where you think the mechanism is. Lightning strikes your hand, and you feel all the hair in your body stiffen as it courses down into the floor, and the hissing noises from all over the room suddenly stop. You did it! And here you thought it was going to be a ridiculously complex trap that would get you all killed. Well, at least then you would have learned something. Lastly, you cast a spell to open the door behind you, just in case you need to make a quick escape. Nice, Tal says. Very impressive. Your anti-divination ring glows warm for a moment. You think someone must have cast divination on you right now.
Nice.
What will you do in this room full of books? If there's only one choice, it's find the secret room.
Yeah.
So we can proceed through the door with the treasure chest freeze, which absolutely we do not do. We look for the books on magic. We peruse the books on the early history of the church, where we find the secret room.
So I will always pick the choice that gives you the narrative openings, right? And so treasure will give you gold, sure, whatever. Magic will give you a stat boost, might help you in the future, sure. But the history of the church or the secret room will probably unlock more interesting story options.
Yeah. I also very much agree with Shay in chat that we should not linger. I don't necessarily want to deal with a boss battle right now. I don't think we have a choice, but
we also haven't delved too much into the church storyline yet, so yeah, secret room.
You walk over to the wall that supposedly hides a secret door and begin poking in various places. Finding nothing, you cast a quick automation spell, and as electricity crackles through the wall, a door slides up, revealing a dark room with the statue of an old man. What's in here, I wonder? Tal says, intrigued. Who is that supposed to be? Koss says of the statue. Vance absently follows you with his nose in a book. Intrigued, you approach the dark room with the statue, and as you set foot inside, the statue begins to speak. Got an achievement. Found the secret room in the cathedral. Welcome, deacons, to the inner sanctuary of Abraxas, says the statue, making a welcoming gesture with both arms. I am certain you have many questions. Please, come inside. The statue is made of varnished wood, but its white robe and stole are real cloth. Glimpses of metal are visible at the statue's joints as it moves. Its sandaled feet never move from their planted position on the statue's pedestal, but maybe if they could, if the statue wanted. Once your party is finished coming into the room, the door softly slides shut behind you. Tal looks slightly alarmed. Koss immediately begins examining the door, looking for a way out, and finds that the door opens readily at a touch. Satisfied, he backs away and lets it fall again. Do not worry, the statue assures you. You are free to leave any time you wish, but I cannot be as frank as I would like with the door open. You think about the word the statue used, deacon. There is no such position in the church now. I am a creation of the great Abraxas, fashioned in his image, the statue says. I am designed to answer your questions about the intent of the church. Where the Hierophant should be a person of absolute faith, you must be the practical ones, and that means knowing the truth. We can start with this. I, Abraxas, am only a man and fallible, but I am a clever man, and should there be any fence I have put up, you should know why I erected it before you tear it down. This thing is incredible, Koss breathes, and it's going to answer our questions? Why should we care exactly? Vance says impatiently. He didn't realize he was still paying attention while he read. Tal says nothing, but purses her lips in what looks like brewing anger. You consider all the questions you might ask. Probably don't have time to ask all of them. If your skulking about hasn't been discovered, it will be soon. Oh boy. Okay. Why kill all the mages if you used automation magic yourself? Did you intend to be worshipped as a god? Do you believe in a higher power yourself? What really happened when you left the world? Do you know how to fight the rot that kills users of glamour magic? What do you think of inquisitors also hunting shapeshifters? Do you think the church should deceive and kill to achieve its aims? Did you collaborate all with the Magisterian Empire? I have no more questions. I return. I have no more questions. I blow up the statue.
I'm not sure if this is on a timer or not, but I feel like we should assume it is. The
Yeah.
Hierophant is coming. So I guess we can pick, like, what?
The Hierophant is coming and everybody's running.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 total questions.
So I've selected the one that I am most interested in.
Yeah. No, same. No, Tal is cool. Koss is cool. Why do you have a problem with shapeshifters?
Yeah. I agree with you, Shay, as well. Just like I think like all the interesting stuff is all the like religious stuff is definitely interesting, but
Lore.
So asking why kill shapeshifters. I don't approve of the idea, says the statue. Even though shapeshifters are often sympathizers of the Magisterian Empire, we owe a great deal to a few brave shapeshifters who helped root out mages who would not join us. I thought it was strange that the church would take a stand against shapeshifters, Koss mutters. He seems to appreciate your asking the question. So, you have nothing against shapeshifters? I would not recommend publicly embracing them either, the statue says, not while the common folk find them untrustworthy. If the church publicly recommended their acceptance, the church would be tainted with mistrust as well. Better to wait until the public accepts that blooded race on its own. How courageous of you, Koss murmurs bitterly. You consider the questions you might ask. So yeah, why kill all the mages? Because this is all magic. I didn't kill all the mages, the statue says with an open palm. I offered mages a choice. Be reborn as saints or die. The statue opens its other palm and pretends to weigh the options like a set of scales. And to be reborn as a saint was not so bad. You only had to promise to use magic for good, treat your magic as if it were a divine miracle, and relocate to a new place unfamiliar with your old self, so that you could really start fresh. Of course, many in the mob killed in my name, but that couldn't be helped. Fine, but why was this the solution to the world's problems, you press? Why not focus on people who committed crimes? Why press every mage into your service? And why refuse to admit it was magic? The world was spinning out of control, the statue says firmly. The strongest mages were destroying it for their own benefit and amusement, and the weaker mages were just well off enough that it seemed nothing could shake them from their apathy. Nothing short of death could get them to help their fellow men. Instead, every one of them sapped the life of the world in tiny ways that added up. What an asshole, Vance murmurs. You find the statue's exposition interesting, though it makes you think you would not have liked the real Abraxas. Gained ancient history. You consider the questions you might ask. You probably don't have time to ask all of them. If you're skulking about hasn't been discovered, it will be soon. All right, I'm going to say one more question and then we got to bounce.
Yeah. I feel like fighting the rot is the most practically useful question here.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
I don't care so much about what he believes. Yeah, no, rot, 100%.
Yeah, the only thing that I'm thinking with asking, like, and this is the I have gone to Sunday school one too many times self that is coming out. But, like, if you can catch somebody in, like, a weird catch-22, it is an interesting educational moment, and I wonder if we could, like, you know, self-fulfilling, or what is the word I'm looking for? Like when you make a robot do, like, divide by zero. But no, I think fighting the rot is the most practical question.
Let's do it.
What do you know about the rot? Yes, the statue says, I do. But deacons such as you can never learn the secret. Doing so would invite instability. Yeah, speaking of unsatisfactory answers. You're about to ask another question when you realize that you're not alone. Shit.
Well,
The Hierophant is an hunched old woman wearing a white robe, a tall white mitre embroidered with the eye of Abraxas, and a white stole embroidered on one side with a flame and the other with the sun. She regards you dispassionately and warily. To the Hierophant's right is Saint Anne, the saint who used to serve Akraton, whom you encountered when returning from the Ancient Magic Academy. She looks somewhat more sickly than she did when you saw her last, and even her general aura of holiness now can't hide her face's resemblance to his skull. The man to the Hierophant's left is younger, and more portly, has a full head of curly black hair that culminates in a big beard. You're moved to want to help these three holy people, and you wonder why you have strayed from the church. All three individuals are clearly giving their all for the betterment of humanity. They all seem slightly drained, as you would expect of people with exhausting professions. Yup. I imagine you have learned some surprising things about our early history from that automaton, the Hierophant says, eyeing the statue with displeasure. In truth, nobody listens to it anymore but us Hierophants, and we take it with a good grain of salt. The church is bigger than any one man's vision, no matter how important that man was. We don't usually recommend even saints come in here, lest they get a vision of the church that is 2,000 years out of date. Still, you are now in a unique position, the Hierophant continues. You have great power and an understanding of the church that is unusually privileged as it is flawed. If you are so interested in asking a 2,000-year-old statue about us, then perhaps you could consider asking me some questions directly. If we can come to a mutual understanding, perhaps we could work together, and your life could begin anew as one of our saints. The Hierophant nods to the black-bearded man. Saint Twimsby here has done the conversion recently, and he can reassure you that your new life will be satisfying. You will do meaningful work and have colleagues who share your mission. It's pretty great, St. Twinsby avers. The Hierophant waits for something more from St. Twinsby, but when it's clear he's finished, she continues. And Saint Anne here is one of our most experienced saints, and can speak to the satisfactions of a life in the service of the church. Saint Anne smiles tightly. I did what I could for as long as I could. She looks distant. It was a good life, yes. The Hierophant seems slightly displeased with where St. Anne's answer is going and cuts it short. Tell me, Qux, have you ever had Abraxas speak to you directly? Or have you heard from an entity that might be Abraxas? That would surely expedite the process of making you a saint. She studies you carefully as she awaits your answer. You find you are unwilling to lie to the Hierophant. No. The Hierophant looks disappointed. Well, perhaps Abraxas is waiting for the right moment. I hope you'll let me know if he does speak to you. It's an odd thing to say, since few people in the world claim to have ever spoken to Abraxas. You vaguely remember that the Hierophant is one of them. You find yourself saying, all right. This is a strong glamour, you think. But you suppose she has good reasons for using it. Many saints have never heard the personal word of Abraxas, so it doesn't rule you out at all. The Hierophant says gently, Do I want to be a saint? You ask. Feels hard to think. There's something very strange about what the Hierophant was asking, but you can't remember what. I hope so, the Hierophant says, but I'm sure you have many questions. Ask away.
Guys, this is so scary. We should have run like one question ago.
Ooh. Alright, what about Vance? Can he become a saint too? What exactly is involved in becoming a saint? What would you have me do as a saint? Why persecute mages when the saints use magic as well? Is it true that you spoke to Abraxas himself? Why is it in the church's interest to capture shapeshifters? Who will the next Hierophant be after you? I love this. Tell the truth. No more questions. I'm ready to be a saint. Dispel the glamours on the Hierophant and the saints. I propose a truce between us. No more questions. Make a break for it.
Huh.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I need to think.
This is so really good.
Oh God, they will.
Wonder if we failed a check, and if we had had a stronger, gosh, I don't know, what is it? Caution. We would have. Oh, was it negation? Yeah, you might be right. That is our weakest.
I wonder. No, negation is like direct battle magic. It's like blowing stuff up.
I want to know what's involved in becoming. Let's hope she answers honestly.
Okay. Yeah. See, okay, I have thoughts. My worry is that yeah, so we got 2 questions last time. That's exactly what I'm worried about is how long this lasts. So I'm going to say we get 1 question and then we dispel the glamours, propose a truce, and bounce. And whatever we can get away with after we dispel the glamours.
We already asked Statue about the shapeshifters. I do not care about the rich kid. I feel like we have a good sense of what the saints do.
Yeah, and persecuting mages when the saints use magic, we have the answer to that.
Power holds on to power.
Yeah. So the two questions left, and I like both of them. Oh. All right. Yeah, yeah.
But will she lie to us? Let's see.
So is that what we want to ask? Is it true that you spoke to Abraxas himself? I like that call.
I'm into it.
Is it true you spoke to Abraxas himself? You asked the Aerophant. You heard about that, did you? The Aerophant says. She purses her lips. Of course you did. It's how I became Aerophant. Perhaps not that long ago in a historical sense, even if it was long before you were born. What did he say? You asked. That I was chosen, that only I could save the world. The Aerophant sounds strangely bitter as she says this. Did you? You ask. The Aerophant shrugs. I am sure you have many other questions, she prompts. You think she'll say no more on the subject.
Love. So, I might be reading this wrong, but this sounds like a hint to an entire other subplot of this world that they're worshipping a false god who might just be a mad lich.
Yeah. I mean, there's so much, like, we did not go down the learn about the church path.
I feel like, okay, so let's go back to guiding principles here. Party wizard definitely doesn't want to be a saint. Being a saint is the antithesis of partying.
Yeah. I think the only other thing...
Ask her what her beef with shit-shitters is. Well, I mean, shit. We might not even have to do that. But other than that, let's boogie.
I want to know, like, do they know the next Aerophants?
Find out.
And then dispel the glamours. If we have time, propose a truce. Talk as equals. Don't play any games. Okay, cool. You ask who the Aerophant's successor will be. The Aerophant gives you a suspicious look. Why exactly do you want to know? I expect to eventually work for your successor if I join, you say. Whomever I so choose, the Aerophant says. And I haven't chosen anyone yet. What if you die before you can choose? I intend to live a while longer, so that makes your question irrelevant, the Aerophant says irritably. We vote on it, St. Twimsy says, trying to be helpful. Except I won't, because I intend to run. The Aerophant gives a long, suffering sigh. Dispel the glamours.
Yeah.
You draw magic from both the dark sun beneath your feet and the well of energy inside you, mingling them to ready for a flash of power that can fizzle out the Aerophants and Saints' glamours. The belief that they are good, righteous people is difficult to fight. In the end, you convince yourself that if they are good, they will seem they will still seem so when their glamours are gone. Black and gold motes begin to visibly swirl around you. Who dat, go saints. You pull them inside you and they burn and sting as they enter. You feel a mounting queasiness in your stomach. Why are you doing that? The Hierophant asked. Is she nervous or just confused? You can't tell. Philautia omnes, antitha venenum aliorum, you shout. The energy within you is released within a flash. But your spell seems to do nothing. Perhaps they never had glamours at all? You're so confused. That magic is bad for you, child, the Hierophant says sympathetically. I understand you have a sincere desire for the truth, but you have to trust us. You feel very unwell and just nod your head and close your eyes. Shoot. Let's find a place for you to rest, the Hierophant says. Somnia velum dormitoris. What are you doing to Qux? You dimly hear Tal say before you lose consciousness. When you awaken, you are in one of the basement cells, and the Hierophant, St. Anne, and St. Twimsby are outside it. Your hands are bound behind your back, so you can't cast spells. You're not sure where the others are. I apologize, but all that is really for your own protection, the Hierophant says. You seem to have some pernicious ideas, and I'd prefer if you didn't cast spells until we had more of a chance to talk. Friendship requires trust. Untie me if you want to start things off right. Yeah, I'm going to start that. Yeah, this is bad.
We could have made that check somehow. Probably not.
We probably could have.
Of how well crafted this game is with its interaction is that Dispel the Glamour, I feel like might have been a false choice. But we still have options. So what's our ultimate goal here, gang? Do we want to actually join the Torch? Do we want to pretend to join the Church and then run away? Or do we want to say, fuck a bunch of this?
I want to save my friends and bounce. That's my big goal. Yeah, the whole party is caught now. All right, you know what? Let's ask what they did with them. Fuck Koss, fuck Vance.
Yeah, Tal is best.
Where's Tal? She's nearby, the Hierophant assures you. Although, since she's a shapeshifter, we will need a very good reason not to dispose of her in a manner consistent with the laws of the kingdom. You curse yourself for leading Tal into this mess. You knew, but really didn't think about the risks to her.
Feel like I know the answer to this question, but I'm pretty sure. Can we try to choose one? She's gonna say no. But I don't think she's gonna hurt us if she says, like...
Yeah. So friendship requires trust. Untie me if you want to start things off right. The Hierophant sizes you up. I think not, she says. You're going to sit still and use the magic of questions and curiosity to find out that the Church is actually a rather nice place to work. All right, well, I propose a truce.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Fair also. The Hierophant shakes her head. We cannot set that precedent. Every mage thinks he or she is a special exception. My successors would know that this has been done before, and foolishly grant others such requests. What you propose would end in the dissolution of the saint system entirely, and perhaps the destruction of the Church. No. I'm not being brainwashed.
Well, shit.
I mean, I think Koss and Tal both are going to die no matter what.
Oh. Oh no. I mean...
Alright, what exactly is involved in becoming a saint? Right. The Hierophant smiles slightly, pleased that you asked. You must first turn over all of your possessions to the church, the Hierophant says. Those that are humble and not magical will be returned to you. Extravagant things will be sold. Magical writings go to the library. Magical items are destroyed. Dad, no! You would then normally take up lodging within the cathedral to study the Book of Abraxas until you can pass a simple test. We must ensure your teachings are consistent with those of Abraxas, after all. But the test has become relatively easy over the years, and I don't doubt we could give you sufficient instruction to pass it here and now. Once you pass, there's a small ceremony in the basement. I believe you found the room. It's the best decorated. And finally, we send you to a new part of the kingdom where you are observed as you do good works. The Hierophant raises her eyebrows. Not so bad, yes? Nothing diabolical in the process, to be sure.
No. No. No, 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 no. Hell no to all of this. Party Wizard is gonna party forever. I'll never be a square, man.
Yeah, I mean...
And if
this
it turns
is also, we were talking about Dungeons and Dragons. This is my favorite thing that does not happen in most computer RPGs. And that's that there's no good answers. Like, most, even really good computer RPGs, there's a correct answer, and sometimes it's not obvious, but like, there's never a situation where the plot continues and like there is a high likelihood that something bad will happen, and that's just life. That's like my favorite thing in tabletop. I still remember in your grand benevolence, JRAM, you did let my character live, which I appreciate. But like,
you shouldn't have.
The fact that like, yeah, there are consequences and the plot moves forward. Yeah, all right. Tell the Hierophant I will never become a saint. You're not the first mage to swear such a thing, the Hierophant says. But I won't hold you to it. We'll see whether you change your mind later. The Hierophant and the saints leave you, closing and locking the cell door behind them. Since your bindings prevent you from casting anything, you try to think of a way to escape that doesn't involve magic. You kick the door, you feel around for secret doors, but you can't think of anything. You lay down on the cold stone floor, thinking about your decisions. Should you have taken the Hierophant up on our offer? You try kicking your cell door. Doesn't give. You kick again and again and again, but it doesn't give. You are utterly alone. You lie down. The cold stone floor against your cheek reminds you of a funeral pyre. Eventually, but not soon enough, sleep comes. You awaken to a strange sound, like firewood popping in a fire. You look up to see that the wooden door is being eaten away in much the same manner as the door you destroyed when you freed Kaz. The tiny organisms you created, they're still alive, and they're eating the place. You rush out into the hall. Tal is tentatively leaving a cell as well. So is Kaz. You exchange gleeful looks. Looking into each door that is slowly being devoured, you find Vance's cell doors similarly being eaten while the student snoozes on a pallet. Why did Vance get a pallet when you didn't? Never mind. You wake him up and tell him it's time to go. So, is that whatever it is going to keep eating doors until there are none left in the kingdom? I hope not. Probably, yeah. I honestly have no idea. You
Quite
honestly
sure.
answer that you don't know. Increase solemnity, increase caution. Shall we get out of here? Tull says. You retrieve your gear from the nearby storage room. You all slip away before the clerics can trace the dissolving doors to you. We freed Kos from the cathedral. At first, you think you managed to lose the forces of the church back in the cathedral. You hurriedly rent horses and ride out of the capital without incident. But a few hours down the road, you can see a formation of 12 torches following you in the darkness, perhaps a third of a mile away. You have little doubt that these are inquisitors and church guards. You can't run away forever. Perhaps it's time to stop running and think of a way to keep the church at bay permanently. Okay, cool. I don't feel bad saying this. Brilliant. Knowing that there are 8 chapters.
It might be. It's 1:00 in the morning Eastern.
Yeah. It is. Also, full disclosure, knowing that I had class today, and so I talked for almost 2.5 hours straight then.
Yep.
JRM, thank you for showing me this game. I am
Figure out
very
some
happy.
kind of way to trade off the VO duties. I am happy to let you take the wheel in terms of like, making decisions or like kind of driving the stream, but also I love doing stupid voices. I love it so much.
Yeah. We'll figure that out.
Sorry. That's extremely good.
Brilliant.
So to sort of tie a bow on this conversation we've been having, both in the chat and on the VStream, one of the reasons that I'm familiar with this game is that Kevin Gold wrote Choice of Robots and Choice of Alexandria, I believe. When this came out, I happened to be hanging out with a friend of mine, catching up, and I'm like, oh, these great games. My friend is a philosophy professor over at NUS, irritating boy genius type, totally brilliant, and he was like, that sounds a lot like what my college roommate used to do. Yeah, he used to run these amazing D&D campaigns for us in the late 90s and this and that. Yeah, come to find out, Kevin Gold was my buddy's roommate in college. I lose my entire mind and start querying him about sort of the structure. Like, obviously, who remembers like the intricacies of your D&D campaigns from back in the day? But my point is, though, that this is a talent that has been sharpened many, many years in the making. And now that I'm acquainted with this guy, I would love to get him on the stream at some point.
Yeah. Well, you have a week. No. But yeah, this is very good, and I always love, like, in contrast to the computer RPG that I'm playing, we made some real progress today. So we started this game here.
Yeah. As we're wrapping this up, let's get a recap of all the good stuff we did today.
Yeah, so we restarted the automated gold mine. We didn't frame. We actually got Banker Sarah arrested because she's in a vigilante group against shapeshifters. We went to the mayor's house to play the board game that he created, and made out with him a little bit. We got publicly declared as Diviner Qux by the mayor. We had a pair of inquisitors come to town. We let an old man intervene against Blessed Jacob and Blessed Sam. We just kind of waited them out. We found out that the mayor is a shapeshifter. We ran away to Triton to go hide. And then the Inquisitors captured Mayor Koss, and Tall found us in Triton. We then went to the Capitol. We snuck into the cathedral basement. We found Mayor Koss. We decided to continue exploring the cathedral instead of leaving immediately. Mistake number 1. We found a university student held in the cathedral dungeon, the last mage left here. We freed the student, whose name was Vance. You invited Vance to to explore the cathedral dungeon with you. Mistake number 2. You found a secret passage that avoided a somewhat terrifying room. Found a room that looks similar to a vision of a pleasant afterlife. Found a room full of divination crystals monitored by the many-eyed Watcher. Not killing the Watcher. Mistake number 3. You found the cathedral's library. You found an old statue of Abraxas that promised to answer questions about the church. The Hierophant came to make an offer of sainthood to you. We escaped. Inquisitors and church guards pursued you out of the capital. You escaped the cathedral and headed home. Achievements that we picked up. I want to be a ledgerman. We played the board game. A bright future in magic. We taught Seer Marie real magic. Oh, we did that already. School's out forever. We freed the student from the cathedral dungeon. We found the secret room in the cathedral, and we freed Koss from the cathedral. There are still 89 achievements remaining. One of which I don't think we can do because there's no longer a pointy wizard hat to wear.
Yeah, we tried to buy it. It cost like $200.
Just to give us an idea, this is actually really interesting. 23% of players got the Steam achievement for finding the secret room in the cathedral. 35% freed Koss from the cathedral. 63% freed the student from the cathedral dungeon. So while we're not on a 100% run or anything like that, it's interesting. It's definitely interesting to me that, like, what the high percentage achievements are. Like, for it to be 63% means that 63% of people who bought this game got this far, which is wild to me. Like, that is a extremely high percentage of getting through a game for like anything on Steam.
There's something at this price point. What I was saying in the chat just now, the people who love these kind of games love them. When you get the bug, you don't lose it.
Oh, that's a dangerous statement. Yeah, come by. Oh, yeah, we talked about that a little bit. That is something I really want to do. I want to run a mud on stream one time.
I had the beautiful experience in late 2020 where my high school mud went back online for about 3 months. It was never very big, never more than 100, 200 people on at the same time. But MUDs tend to be dork projects, so it was a very well realized world where you could run around and do this and that, and getting to revisit that virtual space was all the things. Poignant and lovely and fun, and oh god, I spent so many hours of this in 8th grade.
Yeah, I the website for the mud that I played in middle school and a little bit in high school still is up in all of its glory of some real low quality GIFs. I have no idea if the people actually still play it. Okay. So, I think we're going to leave Diviner Qux for the night. Thank you for hanging out, Shay. Really, really appreciate it.
Yeah, babe, you made the stream tonight.
But yeah, we will be back, of course, next week. We will always, so next week we will potentially finish this. That's always a dangerous thing to say.
And what I'm really excited for is we're going through this thing as it should be gone through right now. But when we finish it off, then we can start speed running.
Yeah. All right.
Diviner Qux, no scope, any percent. Saints Run.
Yeah, that's always the challenge with these is that, like, yeah, there's no way, but like there's a whole path down that way, I'm sure. I wish there was a way that you could like save and we could come back to certain parts. Maybe there is a way though.
I imagine there's probably some justification in the choice of design docs. But I don't fucking get it. Just let us have save states. For God's sake. These games take a long time. Let me save.
Yeah. Like, I hate save scumming. I hate that I have to do it in the RPG I'm playing.
It's save scumming because we're not rolling.
Right. But it's definitely something. I am frantically looking for someone to raid. Yeah.
I'm ordering. Who's got Disco Elysium? Who got that good communist shit?
Oh man, actually Bloodberry Tart, or I don't know if it was Bloodberry or if it was Tess. who was doing Disco Elysium earlier today. I don't know any of these people.
I mean, is anybody else active in the text adventure category?
We have Fallout 2.
Not an adventure.
Not a text adventure. Quest for Glory EGA. Not a text adventure, but close.
God's sake. Okay, we need to go invade Club Floyd, IF Mud, and be like, hey guys, you shouldn't have to install a separate Chrome Telnet client to play text adventures together. There's another way.
I actually talked to them a little bit about it. They're very they like the way that they do things. Plus, like, I fully appreciate having a text version of their playthroughs, especially of like recent games.
Oh my god, dude. The number of times the Club Floyd transcripts have saved my ass as I'm banging my head against an inscrutable puzzle. Yeah.
Yeah, like I refuse to. I am happy that they're doing the thing that they are doing.